Namo Buddhaya, Namo Ratanataya. My greetings to all venerable bhikkhunis and seminaries here and at our Aranya Bodhi Awakening Forest Hermitage, if they're there. Warm greetings to you, Aya Suvijana and Seminary Satima, and also to any venerables at Wat Bhutanasarn, together with Dhamma friends there. And also our Anagarikas and Upasikas dedicatedly practicing together here during our winter retreat. And today is the new moon day, new moon Uposatha, March 21st, 2023. It's just after the equinox. For us, the spring equinox. It is raining wonderfully and gently here beneath the Sonoma Mountain. And so far we have averted major disasters here, although I hope everyone else who's here in California and elsewhere in the country and around the world is doing okay. I know that there have been lots of things going on during this time, whether floods or landslides or levee breaks or all of these kinds of things. The storms, this winter has been rough for a lot of people, and on the other side of the world also, like in Australia now, it's peak of fire season. So wishing everyone well, warm greetings to all here now and those who will see this later on. Warm Dhamma greetings. Now, I'm just emerging now from 1 month of seclusion, period of silence and seclusion during our winter retreat. And actually, this is my first time to really be speaking. In the last month, I feel like my vocal cords are a little bit atrophied because because of being in so much silence and seclusion during this time. So I'd like to note this is our second to last Uposatha program of our 2023 winter retreat, which has spanned from the Western or International Roman New Year in January through the East Asian Lunar New Year, and now with our retreat ending on the next Uposatha on April 5th. And the South and Southeast Asian Astro-Solar New Year, which begins a week later. So this is really a New Year's retreat. Good time. Our final program, 2 weeks from now, will be a chance for sharing, both sharing our experiences and sharing our blessings. All are welcome for that. And now, having had an introduction in our first week, covering Ekāyano, the first Uposatha, looking into the body. Then our second Uposatha, Dhammanupassana, looking into feelings. And our third, most recent Uposatha 2 weeks ago on Cittanupassana, looking into the mind. We now come to our fourth of the 4 bases for the establishment of mindfulness, Dhammanupassana, looking into Dhamma or looking into the Dhammas. So I would especially like to thank everyone here with Dhammadharini and all of our supporters for looking out for things during my secluded retreat time and for your retreat support. And also especially Sayadaw Ujagara for offering the last Uposatha teaching 2 weeks ago on Cittanupassana. If you missed it, then please see our YouTube. It had a lot of great Dhamma discussion, Q&A. I just want to say for myself personally how really unspeakably valuable it is to have such retreat time. Anumodhana all around. I'd also like to say that the fourth foundation or fourth base for the full establishment of Satipatthanas, Dhammanupassana, in the Mahasatipattana Sutta, in my own personal working document of the sutta, with Pali and English, is 62 pages long, even without the repetitions. Of that, Dhammanupassana covers the full 40 pages. That is a full 2/3 of the length of the sutta. In the teachings that I've seen and heard other teachers give on Dhammanupassana, although I haven't been following Ayya Brahmawada's teachings during this time, I will again now, emerging from retreat. Most of their teachings for Dhammanupassana, even a very basic introduction, have been at least 2 hours, even without meditation time, and still only introducing Dhammanupassana in part. There will, and very reasonably so, be important questions that arise during this time, worthy of being heard and of discussion. I'd like to invite everyone, when a question arises, for those online to please post it in the chat at any time. If you'd like to be anonymous, just send it in the chat to our tech support. I'm willing to offer extended time for this Q&A and Dhamma discussion today at the end, this Uposatha, as it's so important and so valuable. And I know that quite a lot of the teachings on this topic that are out there, out and about, are not clear or not in line with the sutta on this essentially important topic, particularly. When I was young in monastic life training in Asia, there was a tradition for the Uposatha, the moon night, Dhamma talks, to likewise be long and even open-ended, sometimes until 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning. Some masters even required like until 2:30 a.m. at least. And it was so valuable, so inestimably valuable. So I would like to invite everyone to stay for as long as you wish, as long as it is of benefit to you. And also then our basic program is of 2 hours until 9 p.m. and go when you need to go with my blessings and permission. So please feel good and happy and comfortable about that. Maybe we'll be within 2 hours. But if there are more questions, I know really for this particular topic, there can be. So I want to offer that time. And for our tech support, please prepare yourself. For everyone who is here, also, note if you have a question in your mind, or if you have a notepad or paper with you, please feel free to write it down. I'd really like to give the time to this, not only to those who are online, but also those who are with us here at our monastery and at Ācarinī Bodhi Hermitage. So this is not retreatant exclusive or monastic exclusive, I mean, excluding monastics and retreatants. And this is also specifically including all who are present and practicing together. So this is my thought of a plan anyway, and with my generous heart, with great love for the Dhamma, the path, and Dhamma friendship, the value of Dhamma friendship. But because I've been on silent retreat for the last month without speaking, even my chanting, as I said, has only been silent and just mental, just in my mind. So I don't know how long my unused and perhaps somewhat atrophied vocal cords will hold out. We will see. We'll do what we can with the power of the Dhamma.
Brahmacalokadipati sahampati Patanjali anadhivarangayachata Santidha satta parajakkajatika Dese tu dhammang anukampimang bhajam.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddhang dhammang sanghang namasami. An introduction. Before we begin with our meditation time, I'd like to give a brief introduction to Dhammanupassana, in line with the canonical tradition of the Pali text Tipitaka's Sutta Pitaka. My reason for doing so is this. As many of you will well know, the word Dhamma covers quite a broad range of meanings, leading to a variety of interpretations and translations of big D Dhamma or small d Dhammas in this context that is the teaching of the 4 Satipatthanas. In the first Satipatthana, it's widely agreed and accepted that Kaya means body, that is the physical body. The Pali text commentary clarifies this means our own body and the physical bodies of others. Likewise, in the second Satipatthana, Vedana is almost universally translated as feelings, although there's some variation in the different traditions as to whether this means emotion or physical sensations. In the Satipatthana Sutta, we see that it refers to pleasant, unpleasant, and neither pleasant or unpleasant feelings related to the 6 sense doors. That is the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, physical touch, and the sense door of mana. One of the Pali words we translate as mind, and their objects, the related 6 types of consciousness that arise when the 3 meet, and there is sense contact, phassa. With the arising of this sense contact, Vedana or feelings arise. But while these feelings may be painful or pleasant or neither, these Vedana are in technical Buddhist terms considered at this level to be affect or valence, not yet emotional states. This is in terms of the classical Buddhist teaching and contemporary psychology and the interface between them. And look and see what is affect, what is valence. It's in the 3rd Satipatthana of Cittanupassana that we come to mindfulness of what is undisputedly emotion, although it's often not taught like that. It's here that we must distinguish between what we've called mind as citta and mind as mana. In Cittanupassana, we're talking about the mind or heart as citta. We could perhaps just as well, for our contemporary English usage of the word heart, referring to it not only as the organ of the heart, as citta is also in the Pali text associated with Hadaya. Some know as Hridaya, the Sanskrit form of heart, which means the organ of the heart, but then it also means the whole like area between the chin and the chest in the body that we also in English call the heart. And it's a place of interface between the physical body and feelings and the mind. And in fact, in our body, then there's so many nerves. Even the heart organ, even itself, we know from contemporary science is not what we used to think of it. Previously, it's just like a pump. It is so much more than that. There's so much more going on there in the body. And with mindfulness of the body, and of Vedana and of Cittanupassana, we may really see and know that for ourselves clearly. And it's nice when what we observe, when we actually find some alignment with the teachings, but sometimes the way it's taught might not be like that, or might even prevent us from seeing that because our thought world from the Dhamma, from what was taught, is like something else. So, what we call Cittanupassana, not only the organ of the heart, but with regards to emotional states of mind. We could call this Cittanupassana mindfulness of the heart, or looking into the heart, just as well as mindfulness of mind or looking into mind. We see this very clearly in the contents of Cittanupassana in the sutta, which refer to mental/emotional states of mind, which may technically be called emotional mental dispositions, states of heart-mind, heart qualities, or mindsets in modern psychology. We see this clearly in what we're asked to investigate in Cittanupassana and be mindful of, whether the heart is affected and overtaken by hatred or by lust or not, whether our heart-mind is composed or is upset and scattered, whether our heart and mind is great and expansive, even boundless, or narrow and contracted or distracted, and finally, whether our hearts are free or not. Clearly, these are also felt states, emotional states. And we see here the problem which we find in other suttas of discerning, that is clearly seeing and knowing the presence or absence of adventitious occlusions or afflictions or defilements of the heart or of the mind, of the citta. Up till now, we've been asked just to observe with Kāyanupassana, Vedananupassana, Cittanupassana, just to observe, to look into, to investigate, and to carefully note these states and their rising and passing, whether subjectively or objectively, whether plunging into them or from some distance detached, as Sayadaw Ujagara so well mentioned during our last Uposatha Dhamma sharing on Cittanupassana. But now that's all about to change here with Dhammanupassana. The whole paradigm that we've been working with up till now is about to shift in very important ways. What we've been working with, developing and establishing, building up to, is now going to enter a crucial juncture. Many of us will be familiar with the great promise that's made, attributed to the Buddha himself at the conclusion of the Satipatthanas Sutta, the Mahasatipattana Sutta. That is, if one is to practice with, cultivate, develop, and establish these 4 foundations of mindfulness for 7 years, or even 7 months, or even down to 7 days, that they will at least become a stream enterer, as the great Vipassana masters say. If not, a non-returner or an arahant, As the Buddha himself says in the sutta, people ask, they say, I learned mindfulness and I've been practicing mindfulness for more than a week now, but I don't think so. So what about that? They say, I've even studied about what are the 5 hindrances, what are the 5 aggregates, what are the 6 sense spaces. By the way, I want to recommend Ayya Brahmawada's videos on her YouTube channel about all of these. The 7 factors of awakening and the 4 noble truths. I've even memorized some of them. So more than 7 days ago, what's up? But if we look carefully here in the Satipatthanas Sutta, in this that is perhaps the longest and crowning foundational section of the 4 establishments of mindfulness, that is our topic today of Dhammanupassana, we notice something different in the instructions and advice in the practice paradigm here, right from the get-go. Now, it's often been noted that the one difference between the Satipatthanas Sutta and the Majjhima Nikaya, the middle-length discourses of the Buddha, and in the Digha Nikaya, the long discourses of the Buddha, is the inclusion of the 4 noble truths in the latter, in the Digha Nikaya, the long discourses. But if we look carefully at the Dhammanupassana section, we may notice that in either of these 2 suttas, this whole section is in the paradigm of the 4 noble truths. And to practice with it, as instructed here, one must cultivate and establish the essential insight, the essential working insight of the 4 noble truths. One who gains that essential working insight into the 4 noble truths gains both understanding of and being able to actively engage the 4 bases of right effort. And it's here that the Dhamma wheel turns. Such a one is said, with this crucial, effective insight, to have opened the Dhamma eye, and to have entered into engagement with the noble path at a whole new and effective level from which there is no turning back. The Dhamma wheel, it said, turns one way only, doesn't turn back. As is said of the Ekāyano, its length, its direction is one way only. Ekāyano Maggo. They have activated right view and right effort with their right mindfulness. The axle, the hub, and the rim or the tire of the Dhamma wheel, which connect all of the spokes together and on which the wheel turns. Right view is associated with the axle, right mindfulness with the hub, another word for Ekāyano, and right effort, the rim or the tire of the Dhamma wheel, that point of contact where it meets the road, it meets the path and turns, on which the wheel turns. These have been activated. Now, let's begin with our meditation time. This meditation will have 4 parts. As we enter into and establish ourselves with mindfulness of the body and breath, mindfulness of feelings and mindfulness of the heart-mind, bringing all of our training up till now to bear. This time, we have 4 Dhamma tasks. So this Dhammanupassana meditation will have 4 sections, 4 parts. Part 1, the hindrances. Part 2, the aggregates and sense bases. Part 3, the factors of awakening. Part 4, the 4 noble truths. All 4 parts of Dhammanupassana, looking into Dhammas, involve causation. They are rooted in the noble insights into causation. They are foundations to gain these effective insights, to deepen them, and to bring them to fulfillment and fruition. Please note, everyone, this is going to be actively engaged Vipassana meditation. Be prepared to work hard and be quickly and completely engaged. Please follow as much as you can and do as much as you can. If you cannot follow at any point, please listen and attend closely and reflect upon what is said, with the aim to remember and to reflect further as soon and as much as you are able. Yatha sati, yatha balang, manasikaroma, anupatipajama, with all of our mindfulness and strength. We'll begin with just 2 or 3 minutes of mindfulness of the body, breath, feelings, and the heart-mind. Establish yourselves swiftly and intently. Be prepared to move ahead with the meditation. We'll focus on causation, giving special time to the causes of suffering and their cessation. mindful of the body from head to foot, sensitive to and calming and tranquilizing the sankharas of the body with the breath. Sensitive to calming, tranquilizing sankharas of the citta, heart, mind with the breath. Aware of the whole body of breath. Breath in the whole body. Sensitive to balancing, calming, and tranquilizing the body and the heart, mind. Whilst strengthening our awareness, gathering it, making it strong, balanced, clear, ready and able, not too tight, not too loose. Pliable, able, and ready. With energy, yes, but not too much excitement. Balancing. Seeing and knowing keenly, clearly, ready, with that tranquility. The meeting point of samatha and vipassana, where they verge together in the middle and work together hand in hand, mutually supporting. May the mindfulness and insight gather together powerfully to be applied together. With joy in our hearts to do our Dhamma work, our work in the Dhamma. Keen heart and mind bringing our faculties to bear. Gladly on this Dhamma work. How the heart, body, feelings, and mind can rise and join together to support this work, this task, our noble effort in mindfulness and insight. As if you were riding a horse, already trained. It's sensitive, you're in tune together, ready to go, but it has basic training. It's just awaiting the direction, sensitive to the signals, and a slight touch, happy, energetic, keen. Or if you had a beloved and well-trained dog, well-trained, happy, energetic, and keen to go together, sensitive to the smallest direction and signal, and ready, happy, willing to go together, replete with that basic training in hand. Or if you had a good friend, bright, keen, mindful, willing, who's come to work with you on a task together. You're so well partnered. Ready, willing, with the basic skills in hand, just waiting for your direction. Happy, even delighted to go work together. You're good friends, so also you're relaxed. There's a sense of trust and together. Confidence. Interest in exploring, experiencing together. Part 1, the hindrances. With regards to the 5 hindrances, sensual desire, ill will, torpor, restlessness, and doubt. Number 1, we begin applying ourselves to our task together. We'll now not only see and know if sensual desire, ill will, torpor, restlessness, or doubt are present or not, but we'll apply our mindfulness to clearly seeing, knowing, and understanding what causes. This is number 2. What causes an unarisen hindrance to arise? Number 3, how can an unarisen hindrance, no, how can an arisen hindrance be abandoned, let go of, and dispelled? Number 4, how can that abandoned hindrance be made not to arise again? Seeing this is right view. Doing this is right effort. This is right mindfulness. Sammasati. Dhammānupassanā. If there is no sensual desire, ill will, torpor, restlessness, or doubt present now for you due to the strength of your mindfulness, you can use your memory, sati, or some time recently in the past when it was present. What caused it to arise? How is it abandoned, let go of, or dispelled? And what could you do to make it not arise again? Just ask yourself. Just apply your sati, your jnana, the knowing, your faculties of mindfulness and insight to the task of knowing, seeing and knowing, gaining knowledge, understanding, insight. In your own time, you can practice with this, with presently arisen states, whether it's sensual desire, ill will, torpor, restlessness, or doubt. Or if you don't see any of these present due to the strength and clarity of your mindfulness and clear comprehension, you can bring up a memory. Do this work with each one in your own time. Just a few minutes for each one. But after working with this process with even one, a memory of sensual desire, what caused it? How is it abandoned, or can it be abandoned? How can it be made not to arise again? When completing one cycle with one hindrance, then we come back to our already established home base before beginning with another. What is our home base? In this training, in this path of practice, in the Satipatthanas Sutta, in Dhammanupassana, that is our home base, where we just come back to observing these things then in a very detached way, not immersed in them. We come out, we step back, just with the knowing, just observing with reflective mindfulness and clear comprehension. Jnanamataya, Patisatimataya, Anisito Chaviharati. Just with the knowing, with reflective mindfulness and clear awareness, not clinging to anything in the world. We go on this research trip to investigate, excavate, learn, see. We make notations, we understand, gain insight, and we come back to our home base. Well established. Give time really inhabiting our home base before we set out next again, to the next stage in our investigation, in our Anupassana. Where we go there and into it to observe keenly, closely in the midst, picking up the next. We practice Dhammanupassana with the 5 hindrances, each one like this. Always coming back, coming out, then together with our mindfulness, clear comprehension, into the jnana, only the jnana, jnana matraya, patisatimataya, a reflective awareness and mindfulness, not clinging to anything in the world. We know our home base very well. We practice returning to it again and again very well. So all we have to do is just think about it. Immediately, we come right back there. Always there for us, safe, secure, and ready. Which gives us the safety to look honestly, deeply, clearly into all of these things. Because we have this safety net, we have this lifeline, we have this rope, we can always directly, right away, come out. Well established for ourselves. So we can deeply trust. This allows, this provides the basis for being able to deeply, honestly, clearly develop our Anupassana, our investigations, and looking into to gain bhajanati, prajanati, this special knowledge, insight knowledge. We develop the basis, the foundation well, training ourselves in this. We become comfortable, skillful, fluent, well practiced, body, feelings, mind, heart, already. Mana, the intellectual mind, also ready, willing to all trained, practiced, work together in this noble work, in this noble training. Part 2, Dhammanupassana, the aggregates and sense bases. The 5 aggregates: form, rupang, feelings, vedana, sanya, perceptions, sankhara, impulses, and the 6 kinds of consciousness. Number 1, we see them. Form, feelings, perceptions, types of consciousness, each one. One by one, we see them, identify them. What are they? When we see them arising. For example, eye consciousness, seeing, ear consciousness, hearing, with hearing, ear consciousness, then touch, the touch of our fingers on our hands, touch consciousness. Then taste, tasting with our tongue. Is it touch or taste? Taste. Gustatory consciousness. Smell. Olfactory consciousness. Appearing, disappearing. A thought in the mind. A memory of just before I came here. Mano vijnana, mind consciousness. And back to sound, ear consciousness. Appearing, disappearing. Touch, body. Perception of body appearing. Listening, perception of sounds appearing, disappearing. Sankharas. Can we see them? Kaya sankhara. Breath. Vachi sankhara. Applying and directing our mind. Vitaka and vichara. Can we see how we're doing that? Sankharas. Appearing, disappearing. Apply and direct our mind to one thing, to another thing. Chitta sankhara. Vedana, feelings. Sanya, perceptions. These are chitta sankhara. Mano sancetana sankara. What is that? The intellect, an idea with an aim. How the mind, the intellect, applies itself to an intention, a volition. Can we see it arise? Can we see it disappear? We're using it right now. We might notice that we're already primed to see and understand how and why each of these is arising and disappearing to our awareness. Now let's come back to our already well-established home base. That is where we just observe awareness of the appearing and disappearing of any perceptions of the five aggregates in a detached way, just with the knowing, with a reflective awareness, not clinging to anything in the world. Notice how it's a training. Applying and directing our mind, mana, to dhammas, to Dhamma, training in Dhamma, investigating Dhammas in this way. It's work. So we balance our faculties as we come back. Setting up our body, feelings, heart, and mind. Balanced for this work. Centering ourselves in this work. Balancing our energy. With joy in the training ourselves in this way that's so valuable, so helpful, so important to train ourselves. Any measure that we can gain of training our mind, mana, with regards to dhammas, is yoniso manasikara. In this way, any foothold, any handhold we can gain, any insight we can gain from this, any fluency we can gain from it is of enormous value to us. Rejoice in our effort, practicing training regularly with each part, even 2 or 3 minutes for each part, coming back again to train ourselves. It's of such value. Each time we gain skill, we gain awareness, we gain knowledge, each bit. There is nothing of greater currency in human life. Being human with mana, human with mana. With Dhamma in which to train and apply ourselves. Are you ready? Now we're going to move to the 6 sense spaces. Are you exhausted already? Bringing up energy and intention. This is the skill in training. The 6 sense spaces. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Mano. The intellectual, thinking, evaluating mind. These are the internal sense spaces. Forms, sounds, smells, tastes, physical objects, and mental objects. These are the objects, the external sense spaces, where the internal and external meets, the consciousness of that sense space arises. Meeting of the 3 is contact. We're going to become more detailed in our introspection now. Back to the aggregative form, the rupa kanta. Number 1, we see and know the eye organ itself. Think about the organ of the eye. Then we see and know the objects of sight. Very carefully now, visually, imagine seeing your favorite food. We see and understand the fetter, the yoke, that arises in dependence on these 2, between the eye and the visual object. What is that? Can you see it? Can you feel it? How do you know it? How do you sense it? Not wanting to have. This is arising. Dukkha samudaya. Number 2, what caused that fetter to arise? We look into it with our sati as memory. We can't even live in the moment. We can use our memory. Looking into it, we investigate to see and understand what causes the unarisen fetter to arise. And we look very carefully at what just happened. Can we look back over it and look into it and examine it? Or if it didn't happen now, please remember when it happened on another occasion that you know of. that you remember. Have you ever seen this? Have you ever noticed this? When did you see it and know it? What happened? What caused that was the unarisen fetter to arise? What happened? And then remembering this, what caused or what can cause that fetter to be abandoned, released, and dispelled? When we apply the jnana in this way, it gets trained. At first, it might be slow to arise. If you apply it like this regularly, it will become quick to come up, ready, skilled, and will tell you very fast what you want to know, what you need to know about this. If you give it interest, what we give interest to is the true power, the true nutriment, the true food for something to become stronger. If we wish for insight into causation to arise and become strong and fluent and ready, and we give our attention to and we train our jnana in this way, and it will work for us so faithfully. It will come to be so fast, ready, willing. When we see what causes that fetter to be abandoned, released, and dispelled, how do we know it? Can we feel the turning away? How do we perceive it? The release, the separation, the disappearance, the stepping free from the yoke. What does it feel like then when we're free from it? Look clearly to see and understand what causes that fetter to become unbound, released, and dispelled. Know this well. Bring it up in memory, experience it. And then we turn our minds to the question, what did cause, or what would cause that fetter not to arise again in the future? Can you remember such an experience where something you were hooked into in the past, obsessed with, infatuated with, you are really no more? Why? Remember that if you can. Each time we remember something, we train our bodies and minds in that pattern. In that way, that karma becomes stronger and more well established. See and understand what it is that prevents that fetter or any fetter or bond attachment from arising again in the future. What is that dynamic? Investigate it, experience it. In your own time, practice this meditation likewise with regards to the ear and sounds specifically, to train yourself. Likewise with regards to the nose and smells, the tongue and tastes, the body and physical touch, the intellectual mind and its mental objects. In your own meditation time, practice this mindfulness exercise thoroughly with each, training yourself, investigating, experiencing, knowing. After each session, remember to come back to your home base. Resort and return with that distance then coming out to just observing these very things. Whatever it was or is, the 6 sense bases and their objects. In a detached way, just with the knowing, seeing them rise, seeing them pass. With reflective mindfulness and awareness. Satipatthanas. Anisito chawiharati. Nacha kinchiloke upadhyati. Not clinging to anything in this world. Abiding. Jnanamataya, just in the knowing. we're working hard, doing our work of Dhammānupassanā. Yoniso manasikara, applying our mind to these dhammas, training ourselves, investigating. If we were having a whole work day, maybe we have one task in the early morning, one task in the later morning, one task in the early afternoon, one task in the later afternoon. We come now to part 3 of 4. There are 4 parts. Part 3 is wonderful. The factors of awakening. We now turn our minds, mano, to the Dhamma of the factors of awakening as our object. For Anupassana, Dhammanupassana. The first 2 factors of awakening are mindfulness and investigation of Dhammas. We might realize we've been working with both of these actively right now, during this time. Have we been? And then, energy. Has it been present? Joy. Sometimes when we see the freedom part, or we get insight into causation, as human beings, we love to know. Ignorance is a pain to us. Ignorance is a thorn to us. When we see, when we know, so much energy comes up and is released and freed. Ignorance is like a bondage. Seeing and unknowing is unbinding and releasing that energy. Joy arises, inspiration, then often we become with that inspiration and also like deeply tranquil. Then we come to the doorway, Uposatha samadhi, strong mindfulness and clear awareness. Really, it works strongest right there, the Uposatha samadhi. The door, the gateway of unification of mind. Equanimity, when our mind becomes very stable, clear. These are the factors of awakening. The work here is quite similar. The pattern here is quite similar. We're training ourselves in this pattern. We'll start to see and know and feel, and really get a felt sense for, an intuitive sense for what is the pattern here. Even training ourselves in it once, twice, 3 times, already like once, twice, 3 times for the refuges, it starts to become a strong karma. Here we are in number 3 with regards to the factors of awakening. The first part, number 1, seeing and knowing. Is mindfulness or any other factor of awakening present or not? This is first each time, present or absent. We've already been working with this part. But then we move into the key elements of Dhammanupassana, applying our mind to seeing and knowing causation. Number 2, seeing, knowing, and understanding. How does this awakening factor of mindfulness or Dhammavichaya, whichever awakening factor it may be, we should work with each one. How does this awakening factor come to arise in me? We turn our minds to seeing and knowing that. If it hasn't arisen, how does it arise? If it has arisen and is present, how did it arise? Pick one of the awakening factors and name it to yourself. What do you see and know about how it arises? Whatever you may see and know about that. And it's not just a one-time thing. Come back to that again and again with each of them. In your own time, in your own practice. If you have seen an awakening factor arise and known it to be present, then ask yourself, or you're seeing, you're knowing, you're understanding. Ask yourself, how can this awakening factor come to growth and fulfillment in me? See what you know when you ask yourself, when you look into it, what you can know for yourself about how that awakening factor can come to growth and to fulfillment within you. Ask yourself, look into it. Not so much with seeking, but more in the way of making yourself open and receptive to the knowing. Like you drop the question into the pond, and then you look in the pond and see what you can see within it. Making your mind just interested, willing, with the heart, with the wish to be receptive to that knowledge, to seeing and knowing. And give it its own time to arise, whether quickly or slowly. Be ready to come back to it again and again as something that's a treasure, precious, valuable, beautiful. As if you saw a flower beginning to blossom in the morning. And then under sunshine, later on, you come back to look and see it's opening. And the next day you come back and see it blossoming further until it's fully blooming. in full bloom. Ready to come back with Anuposatha. Check on it, look into it, interested. Some people know by seeing. For some, it comes as words. For some, the knowing comes through our sense of touch, through the body. For others, it dawns in the intellect. In awakening, all these kinds of knowing turn on, like the 5 colors of the Buddha's aura. Chakkhung Uddapati, Jnanang Uddapati. Vijja Uddapati. Tathālokā Therī. All kinds of seeing and knowing that are part of our full, complete, replete human faculties of awakening, awareness, and insight. Whole spectrum. Opening ourselves, our heart like that blossoming lotus to the various kinds of seeing and knowing. As with regards to mindfulness and investigation of Dhammas, likewise with energy, virya sambojjhanga, and with joy, piti sambojjhanga, and with passaddhi, inspired tranquilization, sambojjhanga, with unification of mind, samadhi sambojjhanga, and with profound equanimity, the upekkha sambojjhanga. In your own time, go through this exercise, this investigative contemplation for each of the factors of awakening, thoroughly and clearly, until it becomes clear to your mind. And then let us come back to our already established home base, if we haven't already. Step back, observe, reflect on the factors of awakening, these Dhammas, in a detached way. Seeing them rising, appearing and disappearing, rise and fall, just with the knowing, with reflective mindfulness, not clinging to anything in the world. Calm, relax, refresh, and rejuvenate yourself in just pure knowing. clean, clear, and fresh, like bathing in a pure mountain pool. Deeply cleansed, clean, pervasive, clear. So bright, clean, fresh, and tranquil. Thoroughly pervading the mind, the heart, the feelings, the body, all the bases. Feel the tranquilization in the breath, in breath and out breath. Tranquilizing the kaya sankharas, body. Deeply tranquilizing the chitta sankharas, the heart and mind. Keen and aware. We have one more task. Now for our Dhammanupassana, part 4. If you feel up to it, welcome to join in together. Otherwise, welcome to stay in your home base. You can just let it flow through, just rising and passing, just with the knowing. You have the heart rising up, ready to work with one more part. Then there's seeing part 4, seeing the noble truths. In one of the suttas, the Buddha actually recommends to practice with the Brahma Viharas, apamana, release and liberate the mind to like the purity of equanimity, the quality of the 4th jhana first, and then to come to the Dhammanupassana. Seeing the noble truths. Dukkha. To be understood. Dukkha samudayo. Arising of suffering. Dukkha nirodho. Cessation of suffering. Dukkha nirodha patipada aryo atangiko Maggo. Maggo, the path. The aim here is to see and understand all 4 clearly. Yatha bhutang, jnanadasanam, in truth, as they really are. Ready? Dukkha. I and all beings are subject to aging, sickness, and death, subject to sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair, and wish to be free from suffering. But we're not able to get and keep this just by wishing. It's not attainable through wishing. Samudayo, that craving, hunger, thirst, longing, seeking that makes for further becoming, craving for sensual pleasures, craving for getting more, being more and becoming. Number 1, when arising, Where does it arise? Number 2, when dwelling, where does it dwell? Number 3, we investigate. Whatever is dear, beloved, and pleasing in the world of the eye, in the world of the ear, in the world of the nose, in the world of the tongue, in the world of the body and mano, the world of the mind, the intellect. Whatever is dear, beloved, and pleasing in the world of sights, sounds, smells, tastes, touch, and physical sensations, and the world of intellectual ideas. Whatever is dear, beloved, and pleasing in the world of visual consciousness and eye contact with sights, with auditory consciousness and ear contact with sounds, in olfactory consciousness and nose contact with smells, in gustatory consciousness and tongue contact with tastes, in tactile consciousness and skin contact with physical sensations, and in intellectual mind consciousness and mental contact with ideas. Whatever is dear, beloved, and pleasing in the world of Vedana, the feelings that arise from eye contact, from the feelings that arise from ear contact, from the feelings that arise from nose contact, from the feelings that arise from taste contact, from the feelings that arise from touch and physical sensations, and the feelings that arise from the world of intellectual ideas. Whatever is dear, beloved, and pleasing in the world of sanya, the perceptions of forms that arise from eye contact, the perceptions of sounds that arise from ear contact, the perceptions of smells that arise from nose contact, the perceptions of tastes that arise from tongue contact, the perceptions of touch that arise from skin contact, and the perceptions of ideas that arise from intellectual contact. Whatever is dear, beloved, and pleasing in the world of the intentions and thoughts about forms, about sounds, smells, tastes, touches, and in the world of intentions and thoughts about intellectual ideas. Whatever is dear, beloved, and pleasing in the world of cravings for forms, sounds, smells, tastes, touches, in the world of craving for intellectual ideas. Whatever is dear, beloved, and pleasing in the world of thoughts applied and directed to evaluations of forms, evaluations of sounds, evaluations of smells, of tastes, evaluation of touches and physical sensations, evaluations of thoughts applied to intellectual ideas. This is the noble truth of the origination of dukkha. To be investigated, seen, and known for ourselves. Each one. We can work in our own time through each one of these. And then cessation, dukkha nirodha, investigation. When being abandoned, we come back to it again. You see here, the 4th time. Where is this craving abandoned? When ceasing, where does it cease? We review the above with regards to the arising of dukkha. And its cessation. Where does it cease? Where is it abandoned? Look clearly to see and know. Where does it happen in the world of forms? In consciousnesses, in contact, in feelings, in perceptions, in intentions, in applied and directed thoughts and evaluations. In your own time, research and investigate, look into clearly. Review the above. With regards to where dukkha is abandoned, where it can be abandoned, where it ceases, when it ceases, to see and know that clearly for ourselves, to train ourselves, see and know, gain experience for ourselves in all of these bases. To gain fluency, ready and sure knowledge for ourselves. Here's our work. Maggo, the path. Review step by step, fold by fold, what one sees and knows of the Noble Eightfold Path. With Anupassana, in theory and in what can be directly seen and known and remembered, investigated through our memory, whether from long ago, from recently, from just before, in our personal experience. In the sutta, between each of these, as you might have known or sensed in your heart and your body and mind, we go back again to our home base. For each of these Dhammas, we see their rising and their ceasing. We step back and come into just the knowing. Jnanamataya, patisatimataya. Just into that reflective awareness. Even some say patisatimataya. You reflect the awareness back upon itself. It's like going just into the awareness. Detached. Not clinging to, not involved with anything in the world. Just in the knowing. Evam bhikkho bhikkhu Dhammesu Dhammānupassi viharati Atapi sampajano satima Vinaya loke abhijja domanasang. And this, bhikkhus, is how one abides, contemplating Dhammas in Dhammas, diligently, ardently, mindfully, putting aside greed and distress for the world. Mano pupangama dhamma, mano seta, mano maya. Mano, mind, precedes all dhammas. Mind, mano, is their master, their leader. Mano, mind, is their maker, their creator. These are the first lines, the first verse of the Dhammapada. The faculties of eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body. These 5 faculties with their different scopes and ranges have recourse to the mind. Mano, patisarana. It's the mind, the manindriya, that experiences their scopes and ranges. But Master Gautama, what does the mind, mano, have recourse to? The mind has recourse to mindfulness. Satipatthanas. But what does mindfulness, sati, have recourse to? Mindfulness has recourse to freedom, liberation, vimutti, patisarananti. But what does freedom, vimutti, have recourse to? Vimutti panabo gotama king patisarananti. Freedom has recourse to nibbana. Nibbanang patisarananti. But what does nibbana have recourse to? This question goes too far, Brahman. You weren't able to grasp the limit of questioning. For nibbana is the culmination, the destination, and the end of the spiritual life. This is from the Unnapa Brahmana Sutta, the Buddha speaking to the Brahmin, Unnapa. Did you study this one recently? No, I thought maybe because I could see you somehow smiling behind, and I thought maybe like you just studied this one. And how should you regard mano sanchetana, mental intentions, aims, wishes, and volitions, what we mentally will as fuel? Suppose there was a pit of glowing coals deeper than a man's height, filled with glowing coals that neither flamed nor smoked. Then a person would come along who wants to live and doesn't want to die, who wants to be happy and recoils from pain. Then 2 strong men would grab them by the arms and drag them towards the pit of glowing coals. Then that person's cetana, their intention, aim, and wish would be to get far away. Why is that? Because that person would think, if I fall into that pit of glowing coals, that will result in my death or deadly pain. I say, that is how you should ever so carefully, mindfully, and with clear awareness, regard mental intention as fuel. With mental intention, when mental intention as fuel is completely understood, the three cravings, the three kinds of tanha, are completely understood. I think you did study this one recently. It's the one with like the 100 arrows in the morning and 100 arrows in the afternoon and 100 arrows in the evening. I mean, a while ago anyway. Mano sancetana. These three kinds of tanha are kama tanha, bhava tanha, vibhava tanha. When the three cravings are completely understood, a noble disciple has nothing further to do. I say, this is the Buddha speaking from the Puttamangsa Sutta, Samyutta Nikaya 1263, the flesh of the child. Nirodha Sacha Nidesa. What is the noble truth of the cessation of suffering? Katamancha bhikkhave dukkha nirodhang arya sachang. It's the fading away and cessation of that very same craving with nothing left over, giving it away, letting it go, releasing it, and not adhering it. Yo tasa yewa tanhaya asesa viraga nirodho chago patinisago muti analayo. Whatever in this world seems nice and pleasant, it's here that this craving is given up, may be given up, and may cease. And what in the world seems so nice and pleasant? The eye in the world seems so nice and pleasant, and it's here that craving may be given up and cease. Through to the ear, the nose, the tongue, the body, mano loke, the world of the mind. The intellectual mind seems so nice and pleasant, and it's here that craving may be given up and cease. The world of forms, sounds, smells, tastes, physical sensations, Tathālokā, the world of the Dhammas, seems so nice and pleasant, and it's here that craving may be given up and may cease. Eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, physical consciousness, mano vijnanam loke, the world of mental, intellectual consciousness. And then touch, eye contact, ear contact, nose contact, all the way through to mind contact, this world. And then the feelings for all of these. And then the feelings in contact with all of these, the Vedana, and then the perceptions, the Dhamma Sanya, and then the Sancetana, the mental ideas, volitions, and intentions, aims with regards to all of these, and then the Tanha, the craving, then the Vidaka, applying and directing our minds, considerations regarding thoughts in the world where they seem so nice and pleasant. It's here that this craving may be given up and may cease. This is called the noble truth of the cessation of suffering. What is the noble truth of the cessation of suffering? It's the fading away and cessation of that very same craving without remainder, giving it up, letting it go, being done with it, and the complete freedom of it. Yo tasa yewa tanhaya ase sawiraga nirodho chago patinisago muti analayo. Whatever in this world seems nice and pleasant, it's here that craving is given up, may be given up, and may come to cease. The Dhammas in the world that seem so nice and pleasant, the mind, mental consciousness, mental contacts, mental intentions, feelings, perceptions, all of these, here with all of these, thoughts about the world of Dhammas. It seems so nice and pleasant. It's here that craving is given up and ceases. This is called the noble truth of the cessation of suffering. This last part is the Buddha speaking from Dhammanupassana, the Nirodha Sacha-nidesha, exposition on the end of suffering from the Maha Satipatthanas Sutta. Etang santang, etang panitang, yadidang sabasankara samato, sabupati patinisago, tanhakayo, virago, nirodho, nibbana. This is peaceful. This is excellent. Namely, the tranquilization of all sankharas, all fabrications, the relinquishment of all attachments, the end of craving, the fading of obsessions, the cessation of suffering, nibbana. Some of you here may remember us having recited and contemplated this last verse every Uposatha during our last year's winter retreat focused on the 33 Nibbana sermons. So we can see here for ourselves how it is that the Buddha says at the end of the sutta, at the end of these practice instructions, that is the Mahasatipatthana Sutta, that if one practices continuously in such a way for 7 years, or even 1 year, or even 1 month, or practices continuously in this way concentratedly for even 1 week, 7 days, that there will be no more continuation of ignorance and suffering for them in the same kind of way that they may have experienced for how long? With the root of craving pulled out, they'll enter the ranks of the Arahants. Or if there's any remaining substratum of unclarity and clinging left for them, any remaining manaditi with regards to Dhammas, that they will become not only stream enterers, but non-returners. Guaranteed, if not Arahantas. Ekāyano ayang Bhikkhunī Maggo satanang visuddhya soka paridevanang sammatikamaya dukkhadomanasang atangamaya nyayasa adigamaya nibbanasa sachakiriyaya yadidang chattaro Satipatthanas. So it was with reference to this that it was said, because this is the direct path for the purification of beings, for the overcoming of sorrow and lamentation, for the disappearance of pain and grief, for the attainment of the true way, for the realization of Nibbana, namely the establishment of the 4 foundations of mindfulness. And it was for this reason that it was spoken of.
Andamayam Dhammagataya Sadhu Garam Dharama Say Sa Sadhu Sadhu
I'd like to invite anyone who would like to continue with us for Dhamma discussion. Have questions about this? I know there's certainly so many useful, valuable, fruitful questions that could arise. You're welcome. I offer this time now. And if anyone needs to depart, then welcome, please, to do what you need to do. Questions, please. like to turn to our tech support now, and just now, for the first time, I'm seeing everyone who is, or at least some of you who are with us online. So I want to say hello and greetings to all of you. I can see a few of you, those one bowing head at Waputanason, and I think seminary. Actually, I don't see Ayasuvijana, but I see. I can't recognize her anymore. Maybe seminary Tavira and seminary Satima. And also, I think I can see Mayatri, and I can see Ruanti, and I can see, is it you, Mudita? And then Richard, maybe with Didi there also, I'm not sure. And I actually, the screen is not close enough for me to be able, maybe there's Paula there too. Anyway, warm greetings to everyone. And now is the time I want to check in with, I know there are more of you than I just mentioned. Is somehow just the technology can, maybe I can only see one screen at once. But now I want to ask any questions or anything that's been put in the chat. Now is the time for our tech support to share it. If you didn't type anything in earlier, you're welcome and you're invited to now. And for those who are here together, first I want to check with Aya Brahmawara. Aya Brahmawara, do you have a question or something you would like to share? Thank you for all of your teachings and all of your support for everyone during this time. It's just been like, I feel like the merits you've gained from what you've been offering and sharing with everyone during this time is just like practically incalculable. Yes, please.
You're very kind, Aya. Actually, it's been a huge benefit for me to be able to be here.
Absolutely.
Period.
This is the greatness of the Dhamma and this path, and practicing like this is it's really a benefit for self and others, and that's the greatest, as the Buddha said.
I can only say at this point, but I'm very glad to be able to say that that was a quite remarkable guided meditation, and I feel like. Do
you feel exhausted?
No, but more like I think what's needed is just. I think it will be necessary to listen to it again and again, because there's so much there, and just to be able to maybe even listen to chunks of it, and to be able to apply these teachings that you've offered. It's a very, very rich, amazing feast.
It seems so comprehensive, but it was actually abbreviated, and it's really meant. This is what I mean by when you see, like, if you do what the Buddha says for each one of these that are listed there, absolutely you have to become a stream enterer at least. I mean, there's no way that you can actually do that work and go through it. And like, if you were to practice steadily, consistently for 7 days on an ongoing basis like that, I absolutely agree. There's just like no other way that it has to be like that, because and this is how we were advised. I'm thinking back to like retreat time with particularly Sayadaw U Pandita. I had the benefit of having retreat time together in past years, and then he and other teachers who were teaching together with him, I think it's a great good fortune in this life if something arises to our mind where we actually are really willing to just practice and apply ourselves to the practice each moment, from the moment that we wake up through the entire day till the moment that we go to sleep. And if we even wake up for any time during the night, to just practice until we go to sleep. And then whenever we are awake, to just be continually applying ourselves to the practice in this way without break. And it's like, if somebody does that for 7 days at a time, really, I think there's no way that it just generates so much momentum, and the mood, the methodology that's built in here, what is here, if you do go through it, each step, each stage, each part like that, then it has to work. It brings so much seeing and knowing just on an ongoing basis, so continually. And, as the old expression goes, sometimes darkness is equated with ignorance. And sometimes people experience it in their minds like that, like wanting to know, and they're trying to see and trying to know, like their mind is just dark, and you just don't see anything. But it starts to become more and more clear, with clear seeing and with clear knowing. And when insight happens, sometimes people experience that as light, or sometimes they experience it through their other senses in a way that's just like so, like just clear and pure and knowing. And the avijja just cannot hold up to that like continuous intensity of vijja, of knowing, of seeing and knowing. Yeah. So I want to let know, though, I don't know if I'll be able to do it or not, but I actually hope in this coming week. I have found so much benefit during this last month of being able to be like listening to and in my mind chanting the entirety, the full form of the Satipatthanas Sutta without abbreviations. And you almost can't find it without abbreviations. And I feel like when you go through each part and you contemplate it, you chant it, you work with each part without the abbreviations, it has such a strong impact on the mind and the heart and really like the whole body. It's like just, an incredible kind of brainwashing in a way, but it's really, it's like rewiring so many habits, the patterns that are here towards seeing and knowing causation. This is the thing that's unique to the Buddha's insight, that is that penetration into causation and into cessation. For all those who gain liberating insight, this is what they gain it about. Yeah, the insight into impermanence, at least that part. If one has real deep insight into that, they'll become at least a stream enterer. But that's not just about the arising, but also about the ceasing. But there's the quality in the Dhammanupassana part. That's the part of like really recognizing the causation and then being able to work with the causation. And so it's not just seeing rising and passing, but the points that are there. I tried to at least draw out those points where you have to apply your mind to seeing also not only how it will cease or how the excellent quality will develop and be brought to fulfillment, or how the hindrance or the cause of suffering that's perpetuating the ignorance and fueling it and continuing it, how that will not arise again, how it can be made not to arise again. Those are the crucial points where if you understand properly about it, you see, absolutely, if you see those things as you're being directed to here, it changes everything. You have to gain a foothold or a handhold in the path. And that if you look at gears like the turning wheel, it's like that's where it penetrates into the path and engages, and the Dhamma wheel will turn with that. Those are the places of the critical engagement with the path. So I wanted to let you know that I don't know will I do it or not, but I would actually like to produce a document that has the complete full form and do the chanting of it and record that and put it out. So as a meditation, then that one can like listen to it and read it and contemplate it in the full form, because it has such a conditioning effect. And yes, I mean, even the not full form is like at least 1 or 2 hours to read through or to chant through. Yeah. But this is not to be, if you want to be enlightened quickly, go through it in the full form, which takes longer. If you want to skip over, you think you're just going to like get it, do an analytical assessment of how this all works. But even if you want to do that, it's like for the conditioning effect, for understanding of the path really too, and how it works to dawn on you, I would recommend going through it in full. So I have the wish actually in these last couple of weeks of retreat, I don't know if they allow me or not, but I feel like I would like to like put that in full and then like recite and record it in Pali and in English in full, because we know for those who practice with the chanting, like how powerful that is. And even without voicing it during my retreat time, but just contemplating this over and over again, then it's like the mind then just starts to go like that by itself, because that's how you've been applying it and how you've been directing it. And so it just starts to do that, like you're doing something and it's not, you're only intending to just be mindful of like just walking from one room into the restroom, right? And yet something comes up, and then that part of the teaching, that training, that practice comes to mind. And then for Dhammanupassana, then it's like engaging, like where is that coming from? What is that coming from? What just triggered that? And then thinking, is there any way that that could or would not arise? How can that not happen like that in the future? And your mind just starts to go to it. You give it some time, give it some space for the contemplation, not forcing it, but just like opening to it and just giving your attention. I want to say that like with love, I mean, it's the attention that is like life energy. We know that's where the meaning is. That's where the value is. For what we care about, we give attention to that. And if you want something to grow and to develop and establish itself, then give attention, give repeated attention, give consistent attention, give ongoing nurturing. The nurturing is you're feeding it with your intention and with your effort, not like to make the result come, but if the causes are put in place, as the Buddha is recommending here, specifically, clearly laying out part by part, if those causes are put into place and developed, this is the effective insight. If the causes are there, the effects will come. If you want some effects to disappear, undermine the causes, stop the causes. It's just that simple. It's only that. That's all of it. That's all that it is. And it's just so simple and so easy. But then this is the mano sanchetana part, because really Dhammanupassana is using the mana, using the mind. There's an old saying that, what is it? Mind is the cause of bondage and liberation. What in this case, it's talking not about citta. In citta, we can see the effect, but it's talking about mana, mano. What is the saying? It's not the first verse of the Dhammapada. Manayo manusayang karanang pandamokayo, which means mind only of the human beings. And manusa in Pali, if we talk about what is a human being, manusa, it has that man in it, that mind. And this is the part actually that makes it so we can practice effectively as human beings. Many of the other animals have also these other bases, but it's with regards to the mana. This is where we get the kinds of the conceit, manaditi. And this is the last thing then. The Buddha is saying, even at least you'll come up to being a non-returner if you practice this fully, consistently in this kind of way, even for the 7 days, 7 months, 7 years. Yeah, but even, I mean, consistently, completely, even for 7 days. This manaditi then is the called anyway, there are distortions of view. Ditti is view. Manaditi then is often translated as kind of conceit. So this is the conceit of difference or sameness, but they're both wrong in this regard. The way that the mana may make it under delusion is manaditi, because it's the conceit of, we wouldn't call it conceit even in English, except for the superiority part, the part that I am superior in some way to others. In the Buddha's teaching on the heartwood, the Buddha goes into this in great detail in the Mahasaropama Sutta, which is really wonderful, the teaching on the heartwood, all the places where this inferiority view or superiority view or equality view. We often think here in the United States with our great ideals of equality that we will, this is the funny part, that we will be superior if we can be equal, right? It's kind of a funny thing, right? And it's inferior to not be into the equality thing. But you can see they're kind of a triangle. I don't know if you can see it. I'm trying to show a triangle here. But it's like the superiority, the inferiority, and the equality. They're all like hinging on each other, and they're all pulling on each other. It's kind of easy in a way to see how superiority and inferiority, these views, how they completely depend upon one another. And like Luang Por Cha, Ajahn Chah would often say, you pick it up by one end or the other, it's the same stick and it comes with both sides. And this is the delusion of inferiority and the delusion of superiority. But the part about the equal hinges on both of them also. And this manaditi is the one that goes then becoming the arahant. For the arahants, no more manaditi. When we work with these things, actually, you can see how it works in the way that this is built in a very deep way. When you really do the subjective and objective, and then subjective and objective part, which you might have been hearing or reciting as internally and externally, for every single one of all of these things, seeing them internally and externally, internally, for oneself, then this is subjectively, and then at large in the world with other people, with other beings externally, then this is, we'd say, it's like seeing objectively. Then Sayadaw last 2 weeks ago then mentioned also that it's like plunging into it, or then seeing, also coming out, as we see in our, what I called the home base or our refrain. It's like, then you'd say that's like seeing objectively, right? And plunged into it is like seeing subjectively. But what happens when we do this deeply, even like with regards to the great elemental properties, for example, then, or the parts of the body, like you're seeing bones internally, you're seeing bones externally, you're seeing earth element internally, you're seeing earth element externally, you're seeing, what happens when you're seeing both internally and externally? What's that? Has anyone done that? Mm-hmm. Yes, you can do internally. Yes, you can do externally. What happens? Has anyone here had that experience then for that? It's repeated over and over and over again, like both internally and externally. What does that mean, right? What is that when that happens? This is a kind of equalization, right? This is where that part where it's like the manaditi has to disappear, because it's not subjective or objective. You come out of that. You're still seeing and knowing it, but it's not subjectively or objectively. It's not either of those. It's like non-dual view, kind of radically non-dual view. And then in terms of the arrogance, where that manaditi has the place to like lodge and be fed and grow with these ideas of superiority and inferiority and equality, and how they're always struggling with each other, how they're always fighting with each other, how they're always also fueling each other. It's like with bhava tanha and vibhava tanha, right? It's wanting to get rid of. Do they fuel each other? How do they fuel each other? Can you see that they're just different sides of the same thing, of the tanha? You want to get rid of something, the other side of it is you want to get something else. You want to get something or to keep something, the other side of it is you want to be rid of that other, that something else. They hinge, they're the same, they're just two different faces of the same thing. You say, how can it be the things that I like and want and think and good or good and wonderful and dear and beloved in the world? How can they be tied to the things that I don't want and don't like and want to get rid of? huh? But if you look into it, if you look, and this is where in the Dhammanupassana, we're called to deeply, deeply look into that. I was so impressed by working with this part. That's why I gave actually special time. I condensed some other sections, but gave more time to that part there, looking into and investigating that part. And I think it's the hardest one because that's where the clinging is established. We can see because we want to get, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, so just to be willing to make enough of a base and have the will to just look into it and see what we can see and know for ourselves about that. And this is where I think it's especially important what the Buddha says about the gradual path, about the weaning off. For these things, it's not that there is no sukha. It's not that there is no pleasure. It's not that there is no happiness. These things that Buddha has taught, whether it's with the Brahma-viharas, whether it's with the jhanas, whether it's just with the, if anyone knows when you have been caught in something and then you find out you're free, when you experience the freedom, what a beautiful experience that is to be so free, right? When anyone knows for themselves what that is, they know this is incomparable. It's like, how did I not know before? I was striving after these things that are like so mucking around in comparison, right? And so bound up, so tied up. Anyway, you have to, this is laying out really clearly, simply, properly, how you can look into it, how you can research and investigate and see and know for yourself. If it starts to feel dangerous, if it starts to feel too much, if it starts to feel overwhelming, then also the way this is set out, this is what you can't see in the abbreviations, but if you look at it in full, each small bit going into it can be even like just 2-3 minutes. Even sometimes it's just so fast. It's just in a couple of seconds that you really see and contemplate and know that. And then you turn your mind and you look into it. It can even be really fast, where sometimes you look into it and it's like, oh, how did 2 hours just go by? Wow, normally I can't meditate for more than 20 minutes, and looking into this, suddenly I'm like gone into it, and then how I couldn't even feel the time passing like that. But when we see and know it for ourselves, also the not knowing is just, this tortures us. It tortures us. It feels like grunge also in our hearts, in our minds, the heaviness in our bodies. When we, in ourselves as human beings, we have this wish to know. We have the heart or the mind, we have the heart to know. And when we do see and know for ourselves, when we have experience of realizations for ourselves, of awakening or a stage of awakening for ourselves, we know how great that is for us as human beings. Our value, our meaning in life, and our purpose for what it is to be human, not only an animal, but to have the human faculties for such knowing, then we can understand that meaning, and we know its worth, we know its value. There's no question of, I don't want to get rid of my coffee the way I like it, my indulgence in that, because I have nothing better than this, and I should at least be able, amidst all these sorrows and pains and sufferings, to be able to have the pleasure of the piece of chocolate cake or a frothy coffee with the heart on top that's made just the way I like it. Or you might say, I don't like coffee, I don't like cake. Talk to me about what I do like. Fresh, vegan, organic. No, or not food. It's that exquisite symphony. these things, shouldn't there be such a reward amidst all these pains and sufferings? But when we see how these things are connected to each other and how you can't pick up one without the other, and where for that yoke, for that bond, is called samyojana here, also called upadana. We're used to it being called upadana, how it's feeding. That word clinging, then the Buddha is using the fire analogy, and it's how fire is said to be like clinging to its fuel as it burns it, right? So how it clings to it, right? When I lit the candles, then even I'm putting like the lighter candle or the lighter nearby to the wick, and then the fuel is there. Even it's not touching directly, but then it's like poof, how it goes to it, and then it has its fuel, and then it's like it's not going somewhere else. It's clinging to, it's burning that up, it's clinging to that. This is the nutriment of the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, the body. And in this case also especially talks about mana, with regards to mana and the dhammas. And this is giving our faculty of mana, our manindriya, then giving it dhamma as food. It loves to work on things. It loves to analyze things. It loves to look into things. It's to apply with aim and direction and to be applied to something. When you do that, if you have whatever you're interested in and you see how your mana, whatever dhammas it's being applied to, how that's fuel, how that's food for it, how you love that, right? For those who have a love for the Dhamma, for those who have a love for the path, then also this is nurturing, this is supportive, yes? And there's gratification that comes from that. Sometimes this is said to be the taste of the Dhamma or the rasa of the Dhamma, yes? So yes, please, I see hand raised, and I think there are some things that have been. Yes, please, let's go ahead. Yes. Yes, let's go ahead. You can, your tech support, you can choose. You have the power of tech support. I don't know that they're able to hear you. Let me turn the mic towards you. That would take a particular kind of technological application. I can do it. I have the power.
Should one practice the Dhammanupassana as they arise naturally or methodically as we went through them this evening?
Yes, both. Both. Yes.
Also, could you speak to how one should investigate the causes when the Dhammas arise and pass so very quickly? Sadhu ×3 for this deeply nourishing teaching.
So, first, should we just practice with whatever is arising, or should we apply and direct our mind to what's laid out in the Buddha's teaching? Yes, we should do both. Give yourself time. It's so valuable to really choose what you're going to be applying your mind to, and then to go through one by one, part by part, the teaching of the Buddhas here, and to work with it. And it won't necessarily just arise if you haven't applied yourself in that way. Would you think? Some people do. You see, they realize they've got themselves into some kind of suffering, and they've done it again and again, and they've got out of it temporarily, but they know they're still subject to that thing. Next time it comes up, they may just fall down in it again. And then when people realize that, when they see and know that sometimes it does naturally arise to their heart and mind, what can I do to not fall into this again? Is there any way that I can make myself impervious? Where am I getting trapped in this? By seeing, by knowing that, can I avoid that trap and not fall into that trap again? Actually, this is said to be like very important basis, this mind. These words are not mentioned specifically under Dhammanupassana in the Satipatthanas Sutta, but the principle is there throughout the Dhamma Sutta Dhamma teachings. So this is in Hiri and Ottappa. So Hiri Ottappa, also many times people get really confused about the way this is translated into English and fall down into these pits of other kinds of different non-Buddhist religious doctrines and things. And it's like going into Christian and Catholic kinds of shame and things like that. But if you understand what it is properly, Hiri is when you see. Okay, I'll give you an example. That's one from the suttas. You took a bath and a shower, you washed your hair, you're clean, you're fresh in clean clothes, you're walking along the path, and then you step into poop. Let's say it's dog poop. After you're cleanly showered and wearing clean clothes and you have your clean shoes, and how will you feel about it? Your mind will recoil. Your mind will recoil from that. That's hiri. When you see that you've just done something that is gross or that is a cause of suffering, and you see that right there, this action, you weren't watching where you stepped into the poo-poo. Okay, so then you look around and you see, oh, look, there's the dog that's there, right? And then like you go and then the next day you're walking and you're taking a shower and you're fresh and your hair is clean and your clothes are clean and you're walking along that path and you hear the dog. What are you going to do? Look out. You're going to look out. You don't want to step in that again. That's ottappa. So that will naturally, sometimes it will naturally arise, but that's like actually it's close to a level of awakening. And the Buddha says that this hiri ottappa like this, these two factors are the foundation of the path. They're called also the guardians of the world. There's so many ways in different terms and in different ways that the Buddha praises and highlights and blesses these qualities of hiri ottappa. And you can see it's a kind of awakening, in fact, right? Two levels even of awakening that are like closely connected to each other, but it doesn't always happen. Sometimes people step in it, but they don't look around or they don't think what happened. It's like they're just, because they're just like in their things, right? You'd say not mindful, not clearly aware, not seeing what's going on internally and externally because of being distracted, because of the mind being contracted or the mind being distracted, because of these things, yeah? And so maybe it doesn't actually happen. Maybe also sometimes, people are like just so sunk in it, so deeply sunk in it, that it's like there's so much ignorance and so much distortion, even that they don't think it's anything. That's like just so used to like just living in that poo-poo. And just thinking like that's life. And maybe can get some alcohol or some drug to temporarily numb that those feelings, those perceptions of the world is dung. My experiences are dung, my life is dung. And not having that self-reflectivity even to generate the hiri, not to mention the ottappa. So when you work with this, working through it, we don't necessarily think to look and to see in the way that's advised here. But if we follow with the sutta, we will look at it because we're looking at the Buddha's words, and then we have the heart and the mind to explore, to practice, to train. ourselves with that. And especially because strong kinds of sankharas, or emotional, physical and emotional, and feelings, things can come up, right? All these things can come up. But if you train yourself in the way as in this sutta, and you develop what I've been calling the home base, or what's called the refrain in terms of the recitation of the sutta, you'll know why you feel like you can do that, because you'll know you can come out. You don't need to do it all at once. The way that it's laid out, if you look at it in full without the abbreviations, you do some small part. You do it, you work with it, you come out into your home base, which when you develop it is beautiful and comfortable and lovely and secure. And then this develops a base of trust in yourself. And with that, your willingness to see and know what's true, and your sense of skill and ability, because it's following the same kind of patterning over and over again. And you just you get used to it, and you start to apply it, and then you gain skill, you gain ability, even in your mental faculties, to be able to see, to know, to understand particular things that if you never wished for them before, maybe you wished for it, but you never knew how to apply your mind to it before. You didn't have the practice, you didn't have the training, you didn't have the base to know how to do that. But with this, you have that, you can. So it's just really a matter of your will to apply yourself. But supposing you're not thinking, as in this question, that you're actively applying yourself, and what I mentioned earlier, then sometimes even you're not thinking of it. You're not thinking of it, but you had been training yourself in this way. And because you're training yourself and, in a way, patterning yourself. People, when they train themselves to do other things, like to become a doctor, and then you're going to prepare some kind of medicine, it's going to have steps, it's going to have stages. If you're going to become a surgeon, it's like you do this part in preparation, you do that part in preparation, you get your gear, you practice with your different kinds of tools, you have your team, you have your theater, means your operating room, all of these things you have there. You get used to these things, you train with these things, then you go in to do it, right? But so you have your scheduled surgeries, and then you're going out somewhere. Here you are back walking on that path again, and then then you hear somebody screaming, and then there's the dog barking, and the dog bit the child, and it's torn open up. But you're right there. Okay, can you do your medicine with all the skills that you have on hand? Can you do it right there and then, in that circumstance? Yes, if you're knowledgeable, you can, right? If you have the heart to. And that's the thing. It's just having the intention and the heart and the will to do it. If you say, no, I'm busy, I was going to have my coffee with somebody, I don't have time for this, let me just call 911 and I'll just keep on walking and I'll pretend I didn't see anything, and I don't have time, and my coffee and my cake are waiting, like this, and 911 will take care of it. Right? Or you can just work with it right then. But that's talking about an emergency situation. It's not only the emergency. When I was talking about my own experience earlier on, it's just like earlier on today, just getting up from my seat and walking to the restroom, and something arising in the mind, and then just the pattern from the way that I've been working with this and training myself, then right away the mind is just to go to that, right? So I might not have thought of that otherwise. And so that satima, samaneri, that's how then, you weren't intending to be practicing with that particular thing. You're just basically intending to be mindful. And you're doing something, even so much as just getting up and going to the toilet. But then something triggers something. And then this is arisen. And then it's your mind just goes in this way. Right? So this is working with the Dhammanupassana then. If you're working with the Dhammanupassana section. Yeah. So yes, diligently go through, train yourself, and also in whatever circumstances you find, just like when you've developed mindfulness of the body, when you've developed mindfulness of the breath, when you develop mindfulness of the Vedana, then you see, you know how it is when, even when you're not intending to do that, how in whatever circumstances you can come back to that, whether it's intentionally, you hadn't planned it, but it's just like, you know, it's time to come back into your body and to come back to your breath again, or to just see what are those feelings, right? Or for the mind, like, what is my mental state right now? Is it contracted? Is it scattered? Or am I by surprise experiencing some kind of like, what is this lovely mental state, this freedom? Like, where did that come from? Wow. Right? Even you weren't intending it. Yeah. So thank you very much for asking that. And now I'd like to go to another question. I see Mayatri's hand there still. Mayatri, Teruan Saranai. I want to ask you, actually, you know, I checked on the internet for different Dhamma talks on Dhammanupassana, and I noticed dissatisfaction arising with regards to, anyway, there are good things that were taught by different people, but I couldn't find anything in English really, you know, really like thorough and comprehensive in the way that the sutta itself is. But I saw something by a Sri Lankan monk on the YouTube, Dhammanupassana. It says this is the late most venerable Arya Dhamma. Nahayane Arya Dhamma Mahatero. But I don't understand Sinhala well enough to be able to understand his Dhamma talk. And I thought, I want to ask Mayatri, can you listen to his Dhamma talk and then tell me what he said? Maybe he had some good insight about the Dhammanupassana. If you'd like to, you're invited and welcome to share that with us. I am interested. Okay, next, please. Oh, sure, yes, we can go to Mayatri. Where's Mayatri?
Top left. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Aye.
Everyone said it.
Regarding Nahayane Arya Dhamma.
Did you watch it already? I
Nah,
tried to send you
I
a
think-
mental message too.
I think Ruanti might be a better person with that because
Oh,
she
sure.
listens to his Dhamma talk. So
Yes. I'm happy to hear from
maybe-
Ruanti or from you. Either. I'm happy.
I had a question that came up
Please.
during the guided meditation.
Yes, please.
It was in part 4.
Yes.
Uh,
4 noble truths.
Four Noble
Dhammanupassana with regards to
and-
noble truths.
you were talking about, you were guiding through the dukkha samudaya, which I
Yes.
understand to be tanha.
Yes. And I quite abbreviated it, by the way. So I
And-
kept
okay,
just some
so-
part. So the sutta itself is actually quite a lot longer and more extensive with regards to what is dukkha. The full form of the sutta is a lot longer than that. Because it's so long and because of our time and because I knew even if I abbreviate it still is going to be over the time, but I really wanted to focus in on the causation part, which I think can actually be the really like the hardest part, heart-wise, if clinging is deeply established, the hardest part to be willing to really look into. And so I wanted to go with it's like training the heart in fearlessness. Okay, yes, is like deeply invested in craving, right? As so many of us are. Not only we can see it also with the cats and dogs, we can see it even with all the different kinds of the living beings. Even I have my plant friends, my plant companions, they so like it when I take good care of them when it's thirsty and I'm giving water and the plant is like, oh, you can just, it's drinking. It's like the physical level of the tanha. is getting its water for its thirst, and how it perks up and gets a kind of like something like this, right? So I didn't, Mayatri, I didn't go into it completely, but please, yes, your question. I
Maybe
would
my
suggest,
question is in the abbreviation then.
yes.
But my question was, so you guided how to look at whatever arises that is dear, beloved, and pleasing, as it relates to the five khandhas,
Yes.
Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana.
Yes. This was
My
particularly
question,
in Samudaya.
yeah,
Actually, this was in the
Dukkha
Samudaya
Samudaya,
section.
Dukkha Samudaya section,
Yes,
yes.
yes.
And so my question was, what about whatever arises that is unpleasant and displeasing, and you want to push it away, sorrowful, anger, all of
Yes.
that? Does that also fall into that?
Likewise, yes.
Yeah.
I think the point here is that we're looking at causation, and it's like, where does the attachment come? And if we go back to picking up the stick again, normally, most of the time, people will want to pick it up on the side that looks like something they want, something that's dear, beloved, and pleasing to them. But it comes with the other side. And it's said clearly in the Buddha's teaching that whatever force there is, because upadana, if we look at like the flame and the fire, it's like it's energy, and it's power and strength. And even we see like big power and strength in like the lightning crash. What is it? Cloud to ground lightning between those two poles. Such big power is there, and that's energy, electricity. We know it's fire, it's burning, right? So strong. This is the samyojana, the yoke, and then the upadana, right? But like when you're picking it up, you just look at your physical action in this simile. You're going with your hand, and your hand goes and connects and then holds. And that's the bond. That's the yoke. There's the holding. There's the clinging right there. And you're picking up that part that you want, that you like, that you think will be good. And it's just because of nature that the other side comes with it. And that's what's mentioned in the very first part, actually, just under dukkha here. We wish to just get one side without the other side, but the Buddha says here very clearly, I only mentioned it once, but actually repeatedly, it's repeated. If we take out the ... dots and we go through it in full, it's repeated over and over and over again, what we wish. And it's so heart-touching in a way, because absolutely, yes, this is what I wish, this is what all others wish. We can see it internally, we can see it externally, and like, what's wrong with that, right? Of course, that's what we wish, that's what we want. We just want to get that good, that nice, that beloved part, and we don't want the bad part to come with it. But the Buddha's point is that does not, everybody's wishing that. But if we look even outside, do we think we're really the different one? If we look outside, then we see how, no, you see, obviously in this world, you can't just get that part. It comes with everything. It comes with all of it. That's our world. That's nature. That's how it works, right? Am I different? Then we think we want to be privileged, we want to be different, we want to be in a place where we can just get the good part and not get the bad part. We come to the monastery, we come to the hermitage, and then it's like so nice and so lovely, and the people share an intention and it looks good, and it's like to a degree. But if the causes of suffering were really all external, then maybe that would work, right? But is it so? And this is where then you get looking into then next, the Buddha recognizes that, and you recognize it in base after base, circumstance after circumstance, not only with ourselves, but with all the people in here in the sutta in the full form that I said just briefly, then this is where you need to then look at what is the cause, right? And can something be done about it? And this is the part that the Buddha is addressing. And it doesn't make the world be the place where there's not the birth and aging and sickness and death, or where it's the case where, you know, it's like you like one bite of that cake, but you don't like it after 10 bites anymore, and you don't want to, if you get it every day, then after day 5, am I really the one who's going to love to eat cake every single day, day after day? The same one, mind you, the same cake, not just a different cake, but it's the same one. It's going to be, no, not, right? But we look inside, then we start looking inside, then where does that happen? Where is it getting picked up? So actually, even for last time, I had asked, and I don't want to disturb Seminary Tavira and her retreat. We had a book in our library that was published by Ajahn Sucitto, who is now Mahatero. It was from long ago, called Dawn of the Dhamma. It's actually about Paticca Samuppada. Beautiful illustrations that Ajahn Sucitto did in a kind of old kind of, I don't know, Lord of the Rings style, illustrated Lord of the Rings. But one point in there that I found so profound that I'm remembering right now is like talking about the wheel of suffering and talking about dependent origination and reversing, or dependent origination and reversing dependent origination. And in terms of the turning wheel, the Bhava Chakra or Samsara Chakra, the wheel of samsara, it's like, where are you getting caught? And he just pointed out very, very clearly, looking at that wheel, you grab on when it's rising to what you're looking at. You're looking up to that you think is good and bright. You grab on right there, but that wheel keeps on turning. And then whatever force you use to grab onto it there and then try to hold on to it, that force is still there. When it changes, which it does, it will change. Whether it's external things or whether it's our internal craving. When I'm talking about the cake, then I'm saying, okay, you can get that same cake day after day, every day. Let me talk to you after 30 days or 60 days of only that. No, I'm so sick of cake. Is that because of the external having changed? No, this is the internal nature then. And it's like, then it's talking about also like the monkey, then grabbing one branch and then like looking to another branch and swinging to the next branch and then looking to another branch and swinging to the next branch, right? And it doesn't just stop like that. That momentum, that pattern, yes, it can stop. Monkey can stop. Monkey does not need to. And also when you see the wheel arising, if you know the nature of the cycle, you don't necessarily have to behave in that way, but you have to look carefully. And this is what that second section is then really asking you to do. And I didn't repeat the entirety of it, but I repeated it in a bit more detail. It was still abbreviated, but still it was in more detail. And that's because I wanted you to hear that repetition, over and over again. And then like look for yourself, see for yourself. If you just take it as something external, it will never really like go deep in you. That's not insight. This is a path of insight and of seeing and knowing as it is for oneself. It's to be discovered for oneself, not just taking someone else's word for it. Yes, someone else can help. Sometimes if you have a good friend and you're about to do something that you've done many times before, your good friend saw you, is like you're whistling along on a lovely day, you're all clean and fresh and they're walking with you, and then they hear the dog. They're like, you were walking ahead of them before and you were the one who slipped in, and you're like, oh no, my date, and oh, I was supposed to go to this meeting, and now I'm like, this smell of poo-poo is like, I can't get rid of the smell. I can't go to my meeting like this. You're like, they hear the dog. They're like, heads up, look, we're coming into that area. Do you hear the dog? Look out, right? So friends can do that. Can. And this is a thing that a good friend can do. Also, sometimes, the friend is like not willing. They're like, don't talk to me about that, right? But someone else will be like, oh, thank you so much. That would have spoiled my meeting. And I thank you, really. Oh, I love you. You're such a good friend. Thank you so much for reminding me about that, for pointing that out, right? This is Kalyana Metta. Dhamma friends, teachers. The Buddha then talked about himself, even like someone asked him, what is he? What does he think of himself in relationship to people and to living beings after awakening? And he mentioned Kalyana Metta. So Kalyana Metta, Kalyana means beautiful. We translate it into like spiritual. Metta means friend, or who's with the kindness, friendliness, like metta. So really who has love and care for us. But the Kalyana is special. It's not just ordinary. It's not just that ordinary kind of clinging love and attachment in Buddhism. The Kalyana Metta is the one who has that mind, who has that heart, who hears or sees that dog right there and like has the heart to to let you know if there's a chance to, right? If there's a suitable time and opportunity to do that. Yeah. And supposing you're going together and you're like, when you set out and you're like, you talk to them, right? And we're going together and hey, can you remind me? I get so distracted by the birds and the beautiful flowers and the sky and the sunshine and like that. I'm just like intoxicated by them and I forget everything else. Can you remind me when we're coming up on that spot? So much of the Dhamma is like that. And, the Dhamma friendship, and to have that mind, like, please let me know. Really, this is a good mind. Yeah. To think about wishing to know, even internally as well, when we're asking those questions, as in the guided meditation, like our faculties, it's not just one thing self, it's a whole lot of different faculties together. So one part, we're applying and directing our mind, our heart, our will, our mano sancetana. We have the aim, the will, the intention. We ask the jnana, inviting. Please look out for this. Please let me know, right? Sometimes people really like look at this in a very, I want to say, dualistic way. So it's like praying to God, please tell me, like that. Please, I want to know, I need to know, please tell me what to do. Please tell me when to do it, like this. Hope some deva will tell me. But to develop our heart, our mind, our wish, our willingness, we can do that just ourselves. There's also the adhitāna, adhisthana. This is when we make a determination. The Buddha asked the monastics, the bhikkhus and bhikkhunis, even like, know what time you wish to awake. You intend to awake in the morning. Set your mental alarm clock. They didn't have alarm clocks then. You make an adhitāna. This is the time I wish to get up, and then I'm going to practice, right? And then like do that until it works. Until it works. It's developing your adhitāna or adhisthana. Yes? So then this is called resolve. When, or determination, when it gets developed, then you get this power of resolution. When you do that, then even you make a resolve when that's well developed, then it's like it comes by itself. We don't know. For our phone, when we set it to the alarm to go off at a particular time, do we know how that technology works? Maybe someone in here in IT actually knows really how it works from the inside, but for us, it's just magic. We just learned, like, you do this and you set it, and then it does it like magic at that time, right? I know, as a kid, I remember for the alarm clock, it's like you just put it here and you're winding it up, and you see, my age, I know some people now no experience with wind-up alarm clocks, but it's like magic, right? It just does it. we have it inside also. It's training. And it's just the intention to do it, and then setting it, and then working with it ourselves, and it starts to come up. It might take a few times for it to come up, but then it comes up. If you appreciate that, if you praise that, this attention, this love, this care, this appreciation, it's currency. It's the currency, right? That gives nutriment to that quality, which strengthens it. And then it will come back. And if you're like, yes, again, when it comes back, it will come back more, it will come back stronger, because all the things are like that. Everything subsists on nutriment, whether wholesome or unwholesome, liberating or leading into and perpetuating bondage. All these things, all these dhammas subsist on nutriment. When they get fed, they continue. When they don't get fed, they will decrease and stop. It's like that. Yeah. So please welcome to look into the full section there, and I'll look out for Hiruanti. If she's willing, then I'll be happy and interested to see what the late most venerable Nauyane Arya Dhamma Mahatera, what he said about Dhammanupassana, what he highlighted. It was less than 2 hours, so I know he can't have gone over the whole sutta. Even Sinhala is not that fast. Right? Yes, please. Another?
4 questions in the queue.
Yes. Turning the mic.
Okay, next question from Mudita. What could be a strategy to offset a negative trigger that may occur in public? Say a negative sense trigger.
What could be a strategy to offset a negative sense trigger that may occur in public? Well, number one, it sounds like already you don't want it to happen. So that's there, right? So you understand, you think this is negative and don't want it to happen. Look into the causation. Not during the circumstance, beforehand. You can do so in a concentrated way. Sit down or stand somewhere quiet and apart and then look into it and see, what is the trigger? How is that arising? What's that coming from? See the external trigger, but this is the yoke. This is the arc, the yoke. Like, what is the samyojana between the things? There's something external that's there, but then there's the internal. And is it your ear, your eye, that is the internal sense organ? Then the consciousness is arising with the contact. Okay, but that's just a medium, the consciousness. But there are other things. They're the sankharas. So with that, you get things from memory, patterns. From that, you have the sankharas, but you'd say past conditioning. Why I said impulses is because it's volatile. These are why these are called volitional formations. But they're volatile. It's like stored fuel. So the way the things have been stored, when you say there's conditioning, there are things that have been stored that are not completely reconciled and resolved. If they've been stored in a way that's completely clean, completely reconciled and resolved, there is no volatility there, no trigger, because it's not live fuel, it's not volatile. When the things are stored, when they're not completely resolved and there is still live fuel there, then the trigger comes. Means just there's the sight, and there's the consciousness, and there's the eye, or there's the sound and the ear and the consciousness. But for the perception to happen, you have to go into the sankharas and get the sanya then to come out for what is the perception. Perception, you can also call it conception, like your idea of what is this thing. This is why different people will look at the same thing and they'll have different perceptions, because they're fabricating it differently. Why are they fabricating it differently? It's because of the past conditioning, these past causes that are there. Whether or not it's live fuel and volatile or not, it happens either way, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for the Buddha to be speaking with someone and then like say their name, right? There has to be that memory, there has to be that recollection. But is there live fuel or not? And this is the part then also we can really, we can work with it. I love some of the suttas where someone comes to the Buddha and is actually not speaking nice. They're being rude, being challenging, being rude, even sometimes intentionally rude. I think about one of the Buddha's like lovely Upasaka, layman disciples, Upali. This is not Upali, who is the monk, who is a great disciple of the Buddha. This is a layman disciple. When he went to talk to the Buddha, he had been a disciple of the Nikantanata Buddha, which means the founder or the Buddha's contemporary leader of the Jain community, yes? And he believed in the teachings of the leader of the Jain community initially and went to talk to the Buddha just to deprove him, just to debunk him, according to the sutta, with arrogance. He's saying like he's gonna twirl the Buddha around his little finger. This kind of thing, right? I just give you just the words that are there express this kind of arrogant superiority complex, manaditi, is there with the inferiority, right? And like, I'm going to go and show him. And even, this is according to the sutta. Anyway, I recognize that it has some kind of, there are words for these things when things are portrayed in this kind of way. I'm not meaning to be putting down any Jains at this time. That's not my point. Not at all. But the way that it's portrayed is something that we're all too familiar with. It's somebody is snarky because they think they know better. They think they know it all. And if they have a chance to talk to that other person, then they're going to twirl them around their little finger. It's, in a way, it's nasty, right? And it's so involved with superiority. But anyway, this Upali then had that idea at first, but then when he was talking to the Buddha, then the Buddha didn't meet him with likewise similar snarkiness and just putting him down or just throw him away. You came with a bad attitude, get out of here, you have no place here, this kind of, not like that at all. The Buddha actually spoke to him quite reasonably. You can look and see the Upali Sutta. You can find it in the Google search. And then Buddha spoke to him reasonably, and then actually his mind started to change. But he wanted to test the Buddha further. So then he went further with speaking in an arrogant and challenging and diminutive kind of way. And the Buddha still responded quite reasonably, and he could see that. And then he went even the third time like this in a different way, challenging in this kind of way. And again, the Buddha, for this different context, then spoke really like beautifully and reasonably. And like, why would the Buddha be speaking in that way? Why not? Why is this not a flashpoint? Why is this not a trigger, right? Where is this, where is the response then coming from? Yeah, you have to see then like what kind of heart is this coming from? And this can give us a clue by example. So I want to say to Mudita and to myself and to all of us, sometimes we can just ask ourselves and we can see and know the things internally. Just by turning inward and by asking ourselves, we can know. Sometimes we do that and we don't know, and we don't see it. But if we look outwards, we can see like anyone who we know with their different kinds of qualities, like how do they respond? How are they responding? Is there anybody who I admire who is responding in a wholesome and excellent way that is worthy of my admiration and would be a good example for me? I'm giving an example from the Buddha and a sutta here, and there are quite a number of them. Even there are passages that I feel like are good to repeat. Like, May I go without hate amidst those who are hateful. May I go without stress amidst those who are stressed. May I go with a bright and clear mind amidst those in mental darkness. I'm not repeating exactly verbatim, but there are several suttas that are like this, but it's also repeating like that is a way of conditioning our mind and conditioning our intention, which makes it more likely that we'll want to know how to do that, and that we'll apply and direct our mind to finding a way to do that in the circumstance. But if in the circumstance it's too hot, it's too on fire, it's too live, then afterwards or beforehand to sit with it and look into it ourselves, often we can find what we need to know. And if we do this regularly, patiently, if we're not used to doing this or not familiar with it, sometimes it won't come up the first time, or it won't come up right away. Sometimes you need 2 or 3 seconds of like being with it and watching, or even 2 or 3 minutes, or sometimes it's even like 20 or 30 minutes, or sometimes it's like with it 20 or 30 minutes and you have to just walk away and come back to it later. Sometimes then it just even like you're still not resolved when you go to sleep, but then when you wake up, it's right there. In the morning, it's just like right there, because that's just the time that you needed. But if you really not ignore, not be too busy, not look away, but if you treasure, you value that, you look into it, you remember it, you reflect on it, it will become stronger. And if you do that again and again, it will become more and more, I'm just going to use language here, it will become more and more a part of yourself. More and more just a living part of the way that you're living and what you're able to do, because that's something that you've nurtured and cultivated and developed in the garden of your heart, in the garden of your body and mind. You've grown and you've developed that. And then you have that for yourself, and you also have those flowers or those fruits or that place of refuge to share with others. So this is a great ideal when we talk to the Buddha, but this is a step-by-step progressive path of practice. It's for cultivation and for development. So we shouldn't expect of ourselves. Sometimes it happens that just our minds change and that's it. We're over it and we're never going there again. Just done. These things do happen, but we shouldn't expect that it's going to be like that every time. We shouldn't expect that or demand that. What is reasonable to expect is that if we regularly, diligently really do the work of cultivating it and working with it, then that there will be growth and development from that over time. That is very reasonable to expect. And we're all different. We're all unique. We all have our own time, our own needs, the things that will be supportive. Find out for yourself what will be supportive of me doing this. If I don't feel able to do it right now, then what are the supportive conditions? What will help me? What will support me to come to be ready and able to do this? And look to that. It can be 1 step away or 2 steps away. Look out for those things. It's called cultivating the field. The causal conditionality, the causal conditions, using the laws of nature. Yes, please. Is there another? There are 3 more. Okay. Yes. Oh, all right. Yeah, yes. Thank you. You see, this is a condition, right? Yeah. And then I'm just reminded about the condition. And if the condition's not in place, even I wish it to, it won't work in the way that I wish. So that just 1 step, just 1 step away. Then do the thing and mix for the condition, then it will work in that way. So if it's not just like right there, 1 step. And even if it's not there, then 1 step. Yeah. If you're going to make a path in your garden and put down the pavers, yeah, then it's not going to be just you stand in your garden, let the paving stones appear, and walk to the other side of my And then if that's not far enough, you need to put down 2. And if your garden's a little bigger, maybe you need 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. How many steps? But we know how that works, right? If you put them down, you'll be able to walk them. And you'll do that. Yes, please.
Okay, yes, question from Richard.
Hello, Richard and Didi. It's nice to see you. I'm glad you're joining in.
You quoted from the Samyutta Nikaya 4842 or the Brahman Unnabha Sutta, where mana takes recourse in mindfulness and then liberation and finally nibbana. As mana is also one of the 5 higher fetters which are abandoned with attaining nibbana, how do you see this?
Well, that's what the sutta is talking about in terms of recourse, right? I mean, that's what it lays out. If you look at the sutta, and from what I read, then it's going step by step, stage by stage. But there's something called manasikara, yoniso manasikara, or ayoniso manasikara. Then this is using also we talk about not only mana as a fetter, but the manindriya, just this as a faculty. It can be applied yoniso, which means to be applied wisely and skillfully, or it can be applied ayoniso. All of our factors are like that. They're all faculties, And so this is like even for the Noble Eightfold Path, right? When we were talking about ditthi and talking about mana ditthi, and then mana ditthi is a kind of miccha ditthi, which means you say wrong view, right? And what is the samma ditthi? If this is seen and known clearly, this part, what's set forth in the Dhammanupassana, one will give rise to samma ditthi. With regards to the noble truths, means with regards to the effective truths of causation, then one becomes a stream enter with that level. Before that, it's only provisional right view, right? But anyway, ditthi, to see, ditthi is just, you can see, but are we using it well or not? Are we using it progressively in the path or not? We have all of these faculties. How are we using them? What are we using them for? So mana is also indriya, manindriya. How is it being applied? What's it used for? So not only as a fetter, can be used to fetter, but can be used for our liberation. So this is what's being talked about then in the way that it's turned. It's like, what is our sadhana? What is the mana being put to the sharana? We think about it as refuges. Also in that case, it's like you're putting what does the refuge mean? You're putting your mind to something. Putting your mind to the Buddha. What is Buddha? And how? What kind of mind? Putting your mind to the Dhamma. In this case, this Dhammanupassana means putting your mind to the Dhamma. Mana is being put to the Dhamma. In the first that I recited, first verse, even just the first 2 lines that are repeated in the first and second verse of the Dhammapada is Mano Pubangama Dhamma, Mano Seta, Mano Maya. Then it mentions right there. Let me go back to here and I'll share with you, I hope precisely, excuse me. Let me see if I can see it. My goodness, there's a lot here. But I think maybe you know it. So this is this mana in both the verses. So it's talking about there, if you then apply your mind to things in a way that's corrupted or negative or dubious or harmful, then it says that the suffering will follow just like the wheel follows the hoof of the ox. This is the mana talking about mana and Dhamma here. Okay. Mano Bhubangama Dhamma, Mano Seta Mano Maya. This is the first verse. Manasa cha padutena pasatiwa karotiwa. This is with your speech or with your actions, but application of mind. Tatonang dukkang anueti. Chakangwa wahato padang. Mind precedes all mental states. This is mano. Mind is their chief. They are all mind wrought. Here, mental states means Dhamma. Mano pupangama Dhamma. Because for eyes, for the chaku indriya, chakindriya, then it's the physical objects then that we call the sights, plus eye consciousness, from which we get seeing. But in terms of mana, or the mind, the intellectual quality of the mind, the Dhammas are that thing. They are their object. This is why I said in the beginning, with regards to Kayanupassana, then the body is the object that you're looking into. Vedananupassana, then the Vedanas are your object that you're looking into. Chittanupassana, then what's set forth there is what these emotional states, mental emotional qualities or mindsets are your object, what you're looking into with your anupassana. For Dhammas, for mano or mana, then Dhammas are the object. They're the object. Yes? Okay, so tatonang dukkham anueti. Chakangwa wato padang. Mind precedes all mental states, means mano precedes all dhammas. Mind is their chief, as mana is their chief. They are all mind wrought. Mana is their maker. If with an impure mind, mana, a person speaks or acts, suffering will follow them like the wheel follows the foot of the ox. So this is causation. Just causation. How is one applying one's mana or mental faculty, manindriya, to whatever the dhammas are, the things, the objects of mind are? Yes? Second verse has the same first two lines. Mano pubangama dhamma, mano seta, mano maya. Same. It's the next verse, but has the same first two lines. Manasache pasanena, pasatiwa karotiwa. Again, we're talking about also our speech and our actions. Tatonang sukham anueti, chayawa anapaini. So here, mind, mano, precedes all dhammas, all mental states. Precedes, what does it mean? Leads, comes before, it is the leader of. Mind is their chief, mind is their maker. If with a pure mind, here this is talking about a pasana chitta, pasana chitta, with a pure mind, it's a lovely mind. A person speaks or acts, happiness will follow them. This is talking about sukha. Happiness will follow them like their never departing shadow. So these are the very first two verses of the Dhammapada, and about the mind and the Dhammas, it's repeated, this leading, how they're connected, how they're leading. Because its mind is the subject and the dhammas are the object, right? All this Dhammanupassana is about how to see and know this and then work with it skillfully and then giving directions to do this. And it's really I think about contemporary language, you've hacked it. What to say? You've hacked the code, you've cracked the code. This is how you hack the system. This is for these four. These are the basic things of life. Different people categorize them in different ways. Then someone might say, okay, what are we made of? And then there's the level of body and feelings and mind, and then the spiritual. And then sometimes people say that's what the Dhamma means in this case, is that it's the spiritual, right? So I've heard people categorize it like that, and that seems nice. That seems good, but it's actually not exactly a precise parallel, because it's more like you have the body, and then you have what is affect or valence, and then you have the also sensations, but it's a bit more than sensation. But anyway, between sensations and feelings, affect and valence, then you get to the emotional, the mind states, the mind sets, or the states of the heart, the qualities of the heart. And then you get to the Dhamma part, which here is talking about what is the different kind of mental faculty that's not the emotional one. It's the one that works with ideas. And so then Dhammas are the food in this case. But we think about Dhamma as being exclusively wholesome. But as you can see here, both of these verses have the same first. And it's how you're applying the mind to the Dhammas. That what kind of quality is there? And is it corrupt or not? Is it being well applied or badly applied or not? Is it kusala kamma or akusala kamma? Kusala dhammas or akusala dhammas? How are you? It's not the difference between the things. That poo-poo that I was talking about, that, you know, when it's in your Ekāyano and you're looking at the poo-poo, is it wholesome or unwholesome, right? And then the Buddha is saying how to look at it. There's just an opening on one end and different things go in, and then you see them coming out on the other end is for your upekkha. Normally people say it's unclean, it's asuci, it's dirty, it's impure, and people feel repulsed and disgusted. But that's all mental fabrications. They're all fabrications. So out of that meant to come upekkha, having a balanced, equanimous mind, right? So yes, we can say there's this thing that in ordinary terms people say is unclean, or people say is disgusting and revolting. If we get back to Mudita's question, maybe from someone's point of view, whatever might be seen or heard in public, whatever that is disgusting, revolting, unclean, dirty, foul, filthy, crap, right? It's the poo-poo of the poo-poo. But what kind of mind are you going to bring to that? Are you going to bring a foul mind to it? Or are you going to bring a different kind of mind to it? And so those who say, you know, if it's ugly, you have to treat it with ugliness. That's what you do with ugly things, is if it's hateful, you have to treat it hatefully. And it's deserving. If it's something awful, then it's like painful, give more pain. People think it's like to balance it out, to make it right. That's what you need to do. That's the appropriate response. But just ask yourself, here's where you ask yourself from what you know of the Buddha's teaching and wisdom. The wisdom, is that really going to help? Is that really right Dhamma? What are the qualities of mind that you're being asked to engage if you're going to behave like that in response? Yeah, knowing that you have a choice. There are more than 1 million different ways that you can respond, and you, being a free person, you are free to choose any one of those 1 million or 1 billion varieties of responses. So choose wisely. That's putting down your paper stone for your path. When you take that step and you stand on that stone, whatever it's made of, you're going to smell that. You're going to taste that. You're going to touch that. That's going to be your experience of yourself. Means what you yourself have going on inside you. And it's also going to be the way that you're seeing and feeling and experiencing the world, because that's how it works. And if your paver, your step is made of something different, and it's placed with a different quality and a different dedication, when you take that step and you stand on it, your internal experience is going to be different. Your feeling inside yourself is going to be different. And the way that you're seeing the experience outside, the way that you're experiencing that yourself, the world, the other people, is going to be different, And you're the creator of that. That's what it means, the mano pubangama dhamma, mano seta mano maya. That means that mana that you're bringing to it, and what kind of qualities are there in that, with that faculty, that faculty is being applied with those live patterns, their sankharas, their patterns, their conditions. And we are the creators. This is what it's saying. Yeah. That this is the really this is the leader. So it's inviting you, saying, come sit in this leadership position. The Buddha is offering you this seat, which is actually yours already, having been born human with a body and mind. And then how will you see wisely? How will you hear wisely? How will you smell and taste and touch and use your mental faculty, manindriya, wisely for the blessings, for the benefit? It's the great challenge, really. Can we remember that? Can we see that? Can we occupy that seat? We think other leaders are stupid and poo-poo. They're making all kinds of, these other leaders are making all kinds of mistakes. The other people we know are like doing foolish and stupid things that we don't like, but our own, we have our own here. They have their own karma. It's their own, that's their experience, but we are the master of our own. This is our power. Even someone puts us in prison, in shackles. Oh, I read such inspiring stories of some of the Tibetan monks and nuns who were in prison in Tibet or trying to escape Tibet. For some of them, it was really bad. And they may have trauma, post-traumatic stress to work with and all that. But there are a lot of those who, because of the Dhamma that they had, and because of the determination, the adhitan that they had, or the manosancetana, what kind of mental resolve, what kind of mental aim they had, what did they do with that time in shackles and time in the prison, even when they needed to sit in their own poo-poo and pee for day after day, and there's all the disgusting kinds of things, and there's no lovely cake, there's no lovely coffee, none of those things are there. But due to their mental awareness, their training from the Buddha's teaching, what they made out of that was excellent. The best cream of what in the humanity, what we can do with the circumstances of having a body, feelings and mind and intellect in this human life. So this is our challenge. And of course, we want to know, how can we train ourselves? When they told their story, they didn't say it was always easy every time. It wasn't that it was completely without tears or without crying or without challenges. They didn't even know, are they going to get out of it alive or not? Not. Others died. They saw the others with them die. They also saw the others who were with them crack, get angry, crack, then they're done. And died in a bad way. From the Buddha's perspective, what could be worse than to die with hatred, anger, with a mind of revenge in one's mind, in one's heart, right? To be avoided. Your hiri comes up. Let me not do that. Let me not be like that. Let me fall into that trap. How can I do differently? And then training, using that time for training themselves. And yes, they had specific teachings and specific practices that they used for training themselves. And here also in the Satipatthanas Sutta, especially if we don't just skip over, but if we go into the details and we decide, I'm going to give meditation time to work with each of these parts here and to do what it's saying in the sutta, this is the training, this is the practice. As the Buddha said, as Mayatri so well asked, it doesn't come just by under dukkha, it doesn't come. We all wish for. We want good. but doesn't come just by wishing. To have right intention is important, but then to follow that with follow up, to have the teaching of a Buddha that has been proven effective not only by the Buddha himself, but by so many others over time, to have that teaching, that guidance. This is what we want to know, like how to do that. What can I do? How to do that? To give ourselves to that training. And yes, by going through it in detail as discipline, training, practice, cultivation, as a farmer would go step by step in preparing and cultivating and developing their field to get a harvest, but then also doing whatever, wherever, whatever comes up. Yes, practicing with it there as well. Another place.
Follow-up question from Ācarinī.
Oh. Follow-up question from Mayatri. Then do we have anybody who has a question, who hasn't had their question?
We also have two anonymous questions, but this one I think is related to what you.
Okay, yes, please. I go with my tech support. I gave them the power to decide which one. So then
Yes, there are two more in the queue.
yes.
But question from Mayatri, maybe a short one, is mano, manas, manasa. Mana has the same meaning, while I believe mana with a long A, as in fetter, has a different connotation. So mana with short A versus mana.
Right. Even when we talk about the manaditi, then when we're saying that that's like a conceit or no, it has to do with application. This is the thing. Whether it's a fetter or whether it's your cause of liberation, has to do with how you're applying this faculty. We come back to that. Yeah. So for all of our faculties, when we're talking about mana aditi, then this is specifically talking about a kind of delusion, which is a fetter, it's a wrong view. Yeah. And mana aditi will say then, I just remembered, in contemporary psychology, then this is called at least contemporary psychology has 2 out of 3. This is called inferiority complex, superiority complex, but then they don't talk about equality complex. I feel like they should be diagnosing equality complex as well. It's not that there isn't the equality. There are different kinds. So there's the one that is, we can see, is it bound up with stress and struggle and suffering? Is it bound up with inferiority and superiority? These, yeah, so why I wanted to say that is because in contemporary psychology, of course, also then complex, you can use this word in a lot of different ways. It is complex. When you're talking about superiority complex, it's talking about a mental pathology. Manaditi is talking about a mental pathology. We're talking about inferiority complex. It's a mental pathology. But complex we can use in so many different kinds of ways. It has a lot of, and it always means complex, right? But you can apply it in a lot of different ways, whether it's a pathology in terms of one usage, or whether it's something that is what we're using here as in Dhammanupassana, repeated over and over and over again. And with regards to the Dhammas as their object, then this is for liberation. This is an expedient means. It's the skillful means, upaya, this teaching for liberation. So you have to see, what is it for? Which way is it directed? What kind of qualities does that have? Is it kusala or akusala? Is it leading to bondage or is it leading to liberation? This training here is to really get us to look at our experiences internally and, you know, like out in the world, as well as sitting or standing or walking, lying down, meditating quietly, to see that in both of those circumstances, interiorly, I need my help from my linguist tech support. And subjectively or objectively, right? We can see for others as well. Also, so we're meant to be for this, like, look, not to be judging. So this is the thing. Okay, you can see someone is engaging in some kind of causes of suffering and something that's going to get them in trouble. There are different ways to see that, right? Even the same thing that you see and know is the same as you see they're doing something that's going to get them into trouble. But are you looking at them with care and compassion and the wish for them to not be in that trouble, and even if you can, to help them out of that trouble? Or are you looking at them with this manaditi, you're superior, they're inferior, that poor wretch is doing that stupid thing again, that idiot. I have seen them do that so many, you know what? Okay, now just ask you, which is the helpful, healthy, wholesome kusala kamma, and which is the akusala kamma? We can see outside in our world, even if we look at just entirely other people and their reactions and responses, how they're relating to each other, we can see a lot about this. Sometimes we can even see it better outside, but we have to bring that back inside and see what are our attitudes. How are we seeing this? And we tend to do it to ourselves too. Are you beating yourself up in your practice? Are you negatively judging yourself in your practice? Or are you even going to the opposite side in your practice? Also, sometimes people are like, you know, I'm not saying that I did, but I meditated for 2 hours straight, and there was so much like love and bliss and oh, look at you, you poor fool who doesn't know how to do that. No, anyway, we can do, it's manaditi. It's wrong view, but it doesn't mean that we can't have mudita. When we do something skillfully and have good experience for ourselves or for others, it's different. That's different. It's not the same thing. Doesn't have the same quality. Metta, karuna, mudita, upekkha, even though metta, if it's not apamana or brahmavihara metta, if it's like the mother for their child, absolutely. My child got A's, top marks. My love, my precious baby. And that means won the contest, got the gold medal, like this thing. It's different. That's not the brahmavihara metta. It's not apamana. It's not the same thing, right? How can we apply that kind of thing to equally to everybody, internally and externally? For the karuna, my poor child fell down. Look, those 2 kids, they just crashed their e-bikes into one another, and then they both crashed and fell down. I go over to my poor baby, not even looking at the other one. Oh, my sweet dear, are you okay? Let me kiss it for you. The other child should be taken care of by their mother, right? Their pain is not like my child's pain. These are the different things, right? But the brahmavihara karuna is not like that. Internal, external. Someone can only have compassion outside, but not for themselves. Someone can have only for themselves, but not for the others outside. Not for those pitiful people who are steeped in dung, who are behaving so badly. Why would I wish they have any gains or goodness? They're terrible. They're horrible. I wish they were off the face of the earth. I wish they were dead. But myself now. Oh, I know. we can see these things. This is looking the internal and the external, looking inside and outside like that. And you have to come back to, is it kusala or akusala? Is it healthy and wholesome? Is it liberating, or is it going into, like, is it just about more attachment and more also the yoke, the bondage, right? Yes, please. You're all, now I'm going to praise just from that joy in my heart, not to boost your egos, but oh, you're here so long. It's the Uposatha, and it's like long ago in the forest with the great masters, and we're up on the Uposatha night, and I love the Dhamma. We're here, we're sacrificing ourselves for the Dhamma, right? Oh, I have so much mudita and appreciation for everybody, but this is not to boost your ego. Can you get what is the difference? My gift, if you use it just for your ego, then you're like taking something healthy and wholesome and making poison of it. So don't do that. Take what's good. Take what's healthy and wholesome. Yes, please.
This is an anonymous question from someone who said it was okay to wait till the end.
Oh.
I was fully involved in a relation for 5 years, but it fell apart. I am going through sadness as a result of this loss. I have lost my self-confidence, lost ability to trust, lost my ability to make decisions as a result of this. How to overcome depression, how to gain power to live each day with stability. It is 8 months now, and I am still going through depression as a result of this incident. I've been regularly meditating, but still suffering this pain.
Thank you very much for asking, and I just want to first express my feelings of compassion. And if any one of us here hasn't been through this yet, then maybe we will be at some time, or someone close to us who we know and love. And I want to recommend Ayya Brahmavada. She doesn't have to answer now. But she's giving a lot of teaching, and I want to mention what are the times of her teaching, and if she would be willing to work with this question. I feel for myself, I've been in monastic life since a teenager, and it's not that I ever had any false expectations about anybody or any relationships or what that was going to be. Actually, I still work with those things, or the world. Shall I tell you my story about the world? All the people in the world. My great dream. It's not. It's not like that. I tell you about climate. This is not to be so much really to be laughing about these things. I think from a few years ago, then like sitting in my kuti up on the top of the mountain, then like maybe 5 years ago during my retreat time, then it's like I could feel in my body these kind of changes, tipping points in the climate, and then mind, heart, feelings, I have to go through the grief. And I want to believe well in our humanity. We have like all the knowledge and wealth and power to be able to do good, but then our challenges in terms of our afflictions, the afflictions that are there in humanity, whether it's at the very, say, like interpersonal level in relationships, whether it's in ourself with regards to our own like ideas and expectations, hopes and dreams about ourself, for ourself, within ourself, whether it's with regards to our world and the people at large and the nature of the world. In so many ways we see these things. It's like every level, from what is like most close and most internal in our relationship to ourselves, to the then who is most close to us outside, to our local community and families and society and culture and world. Even people have it with God, I know. I mean, their ideas about God is like, what is God supposed to be? Like all-knowing, all-powerful, and loving, and all like this. And then why are the things like so many troubles? And I'm just talking about in our ideas and in our emotions and people's sense of like doubt and betrayal and believing in something, wanting something, hoping for something, expecting something, and not being, finding out, or it's seeming like it's not like that. For myself, I feel like my way to turn, my refuge, is rather than being, I'd like to go from being a kind of artificial, deluded idealist who has all kinds of hopes, wants, dreams, and expectations of people, things, the world, myself, that the world is not able to give, those people are not able to give, even I'm not able to give myself. We're going to a reality-based idealist. Well, what do I mean by this? I mean that let my ideals be aligned with truth. The truth, let truth be my ideal. Let truth be my ultimate. Let truth be my refuge. What happens when I do that? When my aim is to see and know the truth of the things internally and externally, in what is this body, these feelings, these emotions, this heart, this mind, with the aim, the will, the effort and energy to see what is it really made of, what is actually going on, what is real, what is realistic. And let that truth of the things be my refuge and my ideal. Understanding that mind is powerful. How we see the things is powerful. And it's changeable. It's workable. It's trainable. Likewise, how we hear the things. Likewise, how we smell, taste, and touch the things. And likewise, if we come back to Dhammanupassana, for our intellect, for our ideas, and then the things, the Dhammas, internally, clearly we're talking about things both internal and external. It's got all the bases covered. It's all the stuff. These Dhammas, everything. If I look at it in terms of truth being my refuge, then how can Dhamma, the truth of things, be our refuge, the truth of things as they are? How can that be? How can that be a worthy refuge with how flawed so many of the things seem to be? Are they really flawed? Are they truly? Or are they just working according to conditional causation? Just like perfectly. There are different ways we can see and experience this. And in terms of our own power, the power of our own intention, what we can do, there is that. How we can be with ourselves, we do have that choice. There is this path. There is this gradual training that we can cultivate and develop ourselves in relationship with ourselves, whatever we may be experiencing, however it is. I love this about the Four Noble Truths in the Buddha's teaching. I heard so many people said this thing about dukkha being the first noble truth. I just got like turned off right there. I don't want to know about more pain and suffering. Even Ajahn Brahm said at one time that he was teaching in Australia to bring people in, teaching the Four Noble Truths differently. He said he's starting with the truth of sukha. There is this happiness, there is this pleasure in the Buddha's teaching. There is the cause of sukha, and there is the path to sukha. is in the Buddha's teaching. Is it true or not true? I was there when he gave this talk one time. I mean, he came here and then he gave the same, almost the same Dhamma talk, like 5, 10, 15, 20 times over and over again. You get to hear about that. And people were really, so many people came and like really attracted. Sukha, yes, bees come to honey, yes. Of course. And is it wrong? He said, is it wrong? It's there in the Buddha's teaching. The Buddha also did mention, even categorize different modes of teaching as dukkha patipada or sukha patipada. It's like, are you going to go to the teaching and the practice via the dukkha route or via the sukha route? So, dukkha patipada means like people early on, then I wanted to do all these dhutanga practices because I thought they're great and I wanted to practice hard. This is like more than 10, even like 20 years ago. I'm thinking about even when I was in Anagarika, I'm going to do the dhutanga, then sit up all night, no lying down. I was going to take this practice and be a lioness. I'm going to be strong and I'm going to like, I thought I'm really doing something and like, and other people admired it, right? Oh, that monastic is like, I heard they're staying up all, and then people will support you for that, boost your ego. I'm sorry, but so much ego boosting. Anyway, at that time, I needed some kind of bolster to my ego, I guess. And so it made me feel like I'm doing something tough, I'm doing something hard, I'm doing something admirable. Not everybody can do this, right? But let me just tell you my experience of this. So this is really funny. I mean, I didn't think it was funny at the time, but I just think it's funny now. Okay, so then I tried in my own monastic cell, my own monastic room to do this, but then I found that I needed some more kind of support. So I went to the meditation hall. So I'm just going to sit in the meditation hall overnight to meditate, and I'm not going to lie down, was what I undertook for my dhutanga vow, right? And so then I'm like sitting through one night, and anybody who's been on a long meditation retreat also, then first thing that's coming up normally is not a lot of sukha. Maybe there's sukha at first, but then the dukkha starts coming. Never thought so quickly that at that time in my life, even I had been very sick and thought that was really, painful with the Rocky Mountain spotted fever and like the high fever and all this kind of body racked with pain, everything. But no, right away, within 2 days of trying that sitter's practice like that, I got more pain than I ever had before. And then it seemed like it's unrelenting pain, increasing pain. How can the body have so much pain like that? And it's just getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And like, I need to lie down. I just need to lie down. If I can just lie down for just a moment, I'm going to be able to relieve this pain, right? This is the whole dhutanga thing. Hard to bear. Then I heard the things about if you feel it's hard to bear, then you clench your teeth. Put your tongue on back on the roof of your mouth, press up, and then close your teeth down on one another. I don't know if I can show you on the video or not. Here, I have a crown teeth here. I cracked my teeth. Even my back teeth are still broken because I clenched down so hard, trying to be patient with the extent of the pain that was coming up from that. You might think, why should I listen and hear these pain stories, right? But I did it to myself, didn't I? And why was I doing that? Why? For what? Oh, but why make a vow like that? That's pride. She says pride. Absolutely. So much about pride. Oh, also then not only pride, but some others who did this kind of thing, then the other people said like they're great and like to really admire, and then like this kind of thing. Yeah, to bolster my image. Yeah, image. Then I thought I'm practicing. I hadn't actually at that time, I hadn't learned. Now we have so much access to the suttas, but that time, my first 10 years of monastic life, almost all, not all, but some suttas we would chant in our daily chanting or some kind of special chanting in the yearly calendar, but not much. And then all the Dhamma came from listening to the Dhamma talks. Not even one Dhamma talk at that time had I ever heard actually in the suttas what the Buddha taught about right effort. Which we find this is Dhammanupassana here. It's within the paradigm of the right effort. Myself, one day then with the Thai monks, evening chanting time, then in their rotation of evening chanting, then we had, what's it called? Dhammaniyama Sutta was part of the evening chanting. Dhammaniyama Sutta then actually goes over the 4 padanas, sampadanas. What are they? Oh my goodness, it shattered my world. This is what the Buddha said is effort, right effort. Samma vayama. Truly, really? I had to investigate. Is it there in other teachings? I asked other monks, like, why is no one teaching this? This is so different. It's not about trying harder. Not we have to emulate the Buddha looking as a skeleton. Anyway, the Buddha did accept the dhutangas, not other things like the sleep on the bed of nails or whipping oneself or put fire down one's throat or even some of the other practices, the very extreme long time fasting that the Buddha used, or like holding the breath for a long time so you feel like you're going to explode, or these kinds of things like this. But the dhutangas particularly, they're comparatively, in a way, comparatively mild. The Buddha didn't prescribe them, but also allowed them. Yes? Some other I found useful, but we have to ask ourselves, what do we want? What are we trying to get? What kind of methods are we using? What are we experiencing in terms of the effects of what of the way, especially our mana, of the way we're thinking about the things, the way that we're constructing the things, the way we're applying our minds and then into our speech and then into our behaviors, and like what effect is coming from that. And looking into this, I think we can really gain wisdom. And I want to recommend for anyone who hasn't read the Dhammaniyama Sutta yet, it's actually quite short and it's quite simple and it's quite really, in fact, it's quite intuitive. But it was just, my goodness, how I could be in monastic life for even years and never hear that teaching that's there. I mean, I got the Noble Eightfold Path. I had to pass exam on what is number 1, and to write, you have to spell properly Sammaditi and Samma Sankappo, and I had to pass that exam for my novice, my seminary ordination. But what is the Samma Vayama? Here in this, as I mentioned, we have activated the paradigm of Samaditi in this Dhammanupassana, in this paradigm. The Samaditi gets activated. That's to properly and effectively see and know causation, particularly with regards to dukkha. Though causation means cessation and path as well. And with regards to liberation. liberation. Nibbana means fire goes out. There's no more live fuel. There's nothing volatile to catch a flame, whether in this life, this birth, or in a future birth, is cleared, clean, done, out, reconciled. That analogy of the burning coals inside there, that's also what it's like when those things are stored in there. Even it's not the gross conflagration where the things are really triggered and activated, but then when it goes and gets stored inside, right? And then it's just there, and it's just even, you might not see the pit there, right? But if you see that pit, then you, right? Something goes into that with that contact. And then you say so much pain, as it says in the sutta, like death or deathly suffering will be there. No, you don't want to go there. But if it's stored like that, there's still the volatile storage there, then we're always at risk. So all this gives us the space, the time, the effort, the wise and skillful means to train ourselves to be able to go in and look at these things, and then how to work with them skillfully. If you add more fuel to it, then it's going to continue like that. It's just like, okay, you can wait, and like this particular round may be done, this particular flare of it with so much pain. But then when is going to be the next one and the next one? And can we find a way to be with that differently, particularly with regards to our views and then our intentions, and like what kind of quality of mind, and then the skill in the mindfulness, the training in right effort. What is it? Please look and see. We can look at it. We can ask our Brahmavada in the next session also. And the right effort, and the Sammasati. We're talking here about the Sammasati. So for the wheel, here's the Dhamma wheel, okay? 8 spokes for the Noble Eightfold Path, center of the wheel. Then I mentioned earlier about the axle is said to be also, the Sammaditthi is the top first spoke, right? Samma Sankappo going around like spokes of the wheel like that. But then there are other things that are there as well. And Sammaditthi, the view, even penetrative view into causation and cessation, into the noble truths, goes right in the center as the axle. It connects to all, but the hub then that each spoke is connected to is said to be the Sammasati. Sammasati as the hub. It connects to each one. To cultivate any fold of the Noble Eightfold Path, it's going to connect to view, and the effect is going to be, to do it, you need some provisional right view at least. It's not real realization, but you're not going to do it if you don't have some at least hope of right view. But then the mindfulness there, then this one is also, this is another meaning of Ekāyano as being the hub. Means, this is why I like to say where the whole path comes together. The confluence also, the centrum. It's connected to each one. You cannot cultivate any fold of the Noble Eightfold Path without the sati. It's just not possible. There needs to be that kind of seeing and knowing and engagement to be able to do it. You need to have some level of mindfulness to be able to actually cultivate a fold of the Noble Eightfold Path. People say, what about samadhi? Isn't that one where there's no sati, right? Is it true? Not true. Not true. You can even see in a number of the suttas where is mentioned like this. But then, okay, so you're here, and then this is connecting to all of the folds of the Noble Eightfold Path, but to cultivate any fold properly, rightly, what's the third thing that you need? So you need to have at least provisional right view. And if you develop, it will feed back into the right view. Your right view will increase if you practice and there's effect from your practice. Your knowing, true knowing of causation will increase, and that's your right view increasing. So it comes out from there and goes right back, it goes into there, strengthening right view if you practice effectively. It's starting as provisional, you try it out. Then when you get effect, you know that effect, then comes back, it strengthens and becomes more true, more proper, less provisional, more based in experience. It's a feedback loop, absolutely. So, okay, you're here with your hub of your sati. So all parts are coming together there. Then what is the third factor? I mentioned earlier on, so test. We've been talking about it also now quite recently. What's the third factor that's necessary for the cultivation of any fold of the Noble Eightfold Path? Huh? Right effort. Samma vayama. Absolutely. Really, samma ditthi and samma vayama, it's like the same paradigm in a way. And what we find here in Dhammanupassana, when we get to the Dhammanupassana part, which actually some people say like Dhammanupassana is including Kāyanupassana, and it's including Vedananupassana, it's including Cittanupassana. It's like everything is coming into and merging into this work with the Dhammanupassana like this. The paradigm is that paradigm of right view, of the Four Noble Truths, which is the same, basically the same paradigm that you find in the four sampadanas of samma vayama, of right effort. So on that wheel, here you have the Dhamma wheel with the Noble Eightfold Path. Then you have your axle is what? Sammaditi, your hub. Samma sati, your hub. You have all your spokes of the Noble Eightfold Path. And then, what's this? Huh?
What's the tire?
Right. What is that? No. Huh? We have right view already. We have samma sati already. I gave you lots of clues. It was already answered correctly. What is that? Anyone wrote? Richard has it. I see. Tell me what Richard has. Yes?
Right effort.
Right effort. Absolutely. It's the four sampadanas of right effort. It's also based. You can see, if you go look at the Dhammaniyama Sutta, which is quite short, and then see what is samma vayama there, how is it defined, then you'll recognize it. Right here in the Dhammanupassana, you'll say, oh, this is the paradigm that's being used in the Dhammanupassana here. Absolutely. So in terms of the wheel, when I talk about engaging the wheel, how can I show that? Getting a foothold, getting your ground in the path, getting a handhold that's effective, that's able to engage and move it forward. Both in the center, your samadhi, and the place where you're, for every one of those folds, the right effort is said to be the place on the wheel. This is where the wheel touches the road. This is where the wheel is in contact with the path, and this is where it turns. When one engages in that way, then that contact with the samma vayama, with whatever fold, for every fold of the Noble Eightfold Path, to cultivate it and develop it successfully, will only happen if you use right effort, if you apply right effort, whether knowingly or unknowingly. But if you do it knowingly, it's even better, because when you do it knowingly and you're looking at cause and effect, you can gain wisdom and skill. And this wisdom and skill at this level, this is called the Panya and Upaya Kosala. And these are characteristics of the higher training. This is the way that those who are stream enterers are able to see and know and engage in the Noble Eightfold Path. Before that, it's all provisional. It's you get a diagram and it's like a map, and you get some idea and you can work with it. But really to get the paradigm, this is why I said it's like a hack. I mean, in ordinary contemporary terms, people are talking about hacking their life. It's like, how can you get that angle? How can you get that edge to do that thing that's going to give you access to your bliss, right? Your meaning, your heart, your mind. People say their soul. So there, that's it. Look at it. Look at this, look at it and evaluate it for yourself in this way and see and try to, I want to challenge you to read over the entire Dhammanupassana with the entirety, even to read through it. And not while you're watching some other video or listening to something else or doing something else. That Satipatthanas Sutta in the Digha Nikaya has the whole thing, but almost any publication of it, you'll see will have ... So this is why I couldn't find one yet that actually has everything in Roman, The Red Book? Oh, we'll check and see. Oh, wonderful. Let me check and see. Anyway, I would like to make the electronic full version if we don't have it already, and then make the recording to chant it all the way through, because for someone reading is good, for someone listening is good, and just go through all of it. Even it's long, so go section by section, but you'll start to recognize there are some patterns there. Brahmawara, can you check? Would you be willing to? Then you'll understand what I'm talking about. Look, check, see. And then also for these parts that I went over, focusing in on in the meditation time, you go back over it. There are the parts that you might not have thought of before, but give yourself the time to actually work with it and look into that and see for your own jnana, for your knowing. What can you see? What can you understand about that? Sometimes you have to talk to other people, other Dhamma friends. This is one of the signs, actually, I feel, and one of the things that makes us be able to have, I feel like, perseverance for the long haul with regards to the path is when we notice for ourselves, not necessarily the presence of something, but the absence of something. That situation, I'm thinking about Mudita. She's still there. Yes, Mudita. When there's that situation that you used to get riled up about before, we've all been there. That thing that was triggering to us. And then we're working with our Dhamma, and we're working with our meditation, and we're working with the whole path, and we're doing that over time. And then sometimes we come back from having been in a situation, and then just suddenly we realize, that pit that I used to fall down into before, that place where I used to slip in the dung and the poo-poo every single time that I didn't know how to avoid, look at that. It didn't happen. I'm just okay. And my heart is not, that affliction is not happening. It's not present. And this is one of the things that in our Dhammanupassana, in fact, for the entire paradigm of Mahasatipatthana, we are asked to look for both the presence and the absence, both the absence and the presence. It's not just, is it just absent at the moment? There is that. But it's more than that. When we see the things at large, not only just like right here, right now, but when we see the things at large, or when we really like look introspectively at our experience over time, also off the cushion, in whatever we're doing, then we see these things. And this, I feel, is where actually we can feel, when we recognize it, we can feel a great, wonderful amount of relief. So wonderful and good. Even now, this may seem like bragging on myself, but it's not, because I tell you, I'm not an arahanta. I'm still so many foolish things. I'm just someone who's dedicated to the arahant's path and way. But like years later, then I tried having the Vipassana retreat. Then I started to feel like some good flow in the practice, and like not just trying, not making myself to sit for a longer time, but I just started to feel like after the session, and I feel like continuing sitting, not because I'm just zoning out, but just like I got happily practicing. I'll just say happily practicing and feeling like good, engaged with the practice. So to continue. And then at some point, then I felt like happy to just continue like that overnight. But it's different. It's not because of the sitter's practice. It's entirely different. And I felt at that time so calm and comfortable and good. This is not because I'm completely enlightened. I just have to tell you, it's just something that happened at that time. But it's like, looks like the same thing, but what's happening, the experience that one is having in that circumstance, even the identical bodily posture, is so different. Why? What's different? Posture of the body is the same, but why is it different? What's different? Mano pupangama tamma, mano seta, mano maya. Excuse me, I'm playing with chanting a little bit. Is no disrespect to the teaching. Somebody can chant like that very beautifully, then I tried practicing like them before, but like I can't make that tune so like beautifully like them. They're like so sublime and beautiful. I remember I can hear it in my mind, but it's not coming out of my mouth like that. But let's talk about that. So body is sitting in the meditation hall at night, but the experience is different. Why? What's different? Mind is different. Conditions, so many conditions shifted. So many conditions were shifted and different at that time. From a materialist, strictly materialist point of view, it looks like just the same thing. And you should get the same thing out of it. I tell you the effects of that time also, that earlier time and that later time, the mind was different and the effects were very different from that. One experience I remember, and I think I want to think about it as a good learning experience, but it's like just torture. I'm just causing myself suffering. Okay, good learning experiences, we learn what to do, what not to do, right, over time, and what works well for us in the practice, what's the effect. Different conditions are there. Later experience different conditions. Even is almost like a different person in some ways. Still has the same ID, right? Same name, different photograph by that time. But anyway, still people say it's the same name and form, but it's like everything's changed, everything's different. And like what changed during that time? The path of practice. Listening to the Dhamma, contemplating the Dhamma, training oneself, even when I couldn't see. What benefit is there? How is it working? All these kinds of things, but continuing and persevering with it and always trying to understand more deeply, look into, see what can I know, and then develop the practice based upon that, so over and over again. So aniccaṃ, dukkhaṃ, anattaṃ. I want to come back to dukkha. For me these days, actually it's not 100% true. I'll say for who had my name and form in the last several years, last few years, recently, I felt like amongst those three, like dukkha is the most blissful. Dukkha is like the greatest relief in these contemplations of aniccaṃ, dukkhaṃ, and anattaṃ. Before I thought anicca is greatest because it's impermanent, and even if it's bad, it's going to end, going to get over it, going to go on to something else. And like this, I thought anicca is like relieving my heart provisionally, at least, right? And then I thought anatta is really cool because it's like mystical and it's not so easy to understand. A lot of people don't understand it. So like working with and contemplating anatta, and it's supposed to be liberating and all of this. The last one that really I came to just because of doing, not because I wanted to, exactly. I didn't like it. Who likes dukkha? But just because it's recommended to contemplate aniccaṃ, dukkhaṃ, and anattaṃ. So then I started, this is the part about being a realistic idealist. It's the power of being willing to turn one's heart and mind to look into the truth and the actuality of things. So when I noticed and identified that I was experiencing dukkha, aniccaṃ, dukkhaṃ, anattaṃ. Is it anicca? Yes. Is it anatta? Yes. Is it dukkha? Yes, it's dukkha. This is dukkha. The surprise. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice or not. The surprise is what a relief it was to turn to that, and rather than resisting, rather than arguing, rather than denying, rather than struggling, to look at what I noticed and felt and experienced as dukkha, to look at it, is this dukkha? Yes, it's dukkha. How easy. This is the surprise. This is the big surprise. And there's so much good, so much usefulness, so much Dhamma nutriment that can be found there in that. It's with a heart that's opening to the truth and the actuality of what's being seen and known and experienced. What one's seeing outside in the world and other people, is that dukkha? Yes, that's dukkha. But I'd say when you're talking about realistic, what it is to have your ideal, to be a realistic idealist, means then the truth of things. When that is your ideal, when that is your aim, mano sancetana is turned towards seeing and knowing the truth of what it is, not to get something, not to get rid of something, but just for that sake, just for the sake of seeing and knowing what is actually real and true. You can do a lot. You can really, there's so much gain that you can have yourself in the practice with that. Then I feel happy about this teaching, this contemplation. I don't have to change it to sukha being number one. But I have a magic. I want to say, or the Buddha has a magic, avijja, a magic pearl, a magic spell that can transform what was dukkha, second arrow, third arrow, fourth arrow, emotional, mental pain and suffering, into only dukkha, dukkha. They say with the wheel, the wagon wheel, when it turns, there's got to be some amount of friction. It comes with material, the material world, with embodiment. This is called, with there being material form. This is dukkha, dukkha. Yeah, just with contact. It's just a certain amount that's just like, just there with there being physical embodiment. It's just there in the nature. It's not emotional dukkha, it's not mental dukkha, it's not struggling, it's not the secondary kind.
Also, you're not adding to it.
And this is where it's really refreshing and wonderful, and where it's like so great, I think, is what if you experience even one moment of not adding to it, not making more out of it, but just as it is, then what is that? So it's said also that if the mind is going with the analogy of the wheel and the wheelwright, the cartwright or the wheelwright, then the best wheel is the one that's made smooth. It's not wobbling. Even now with our cars, if your wheels are unbalanced, it makes noise. Your car shakes. It's hard to steer. What is unbalancing the wheel? It's the wanting to get and wanting to get rid of. Abhijja Dhammānupassanā. Abhijja is greed, desire, wanting to get. Dhammānupassanā. Rejecting, resisting, it causes you grief. It's grief, distress. These two wobble. Wanting, not wanting, wanting to get rid of. It's wobbling, causes more friction and stress. It doesn't go smooth. But you can experience for yourself, even through your Ekāyano, Vedananupassana, Cittanupassana, Dhammanupassana, when that abhijja and Dhammānupassanā is not active, is not there, truly putting aside the greed and distress for the world, how smooth is your breath? How smooth is your body? What are the feelings like? What is the mind like when it's smooth like that? Your kaya sankharas, even how you apply and direct your mind, your this is your vaci sankharas, vacha sankharas. It's not talking about speech, but it's what speech comes from. And then your citta sankharas, how smooth, even how you can apply and direct your mind, your mano sancetana. It means having an intention or an aim. Right? And then how you can feel it, how it's like, because what it's empty, but what is it empty of? It's empty of stress, it's empty of friction, it's empty of that shaking and that abrasion, or like when our wheels are unbalanced. I remember when I was driving as a teenager, driving a car, and then it's like, why is it I'm driving straight on the road and it's pulling this way, and somebody said, and listen to that, what is that? Your wheels are unbalanced. You need to go get your wheels balanced. It was expensive. I remember, it cost $600. I don't know how much it might be now. Maybe they said you're a young teenager, they ripped you off. But should be like $200 at that time. Right? It's like 35 years ago, right? So between 35 and 40 years ago. Anyway, $600, I remember. It's a lot for me at that time. With my teenager job, get my wheels balanced. But then when my wheels were balanced, so smooth. If I went on the straight road, it's just going straight. And then my whole pain in my shoulders and pain in my neck from having to pull this way and pull that way and all that, I didn't even realize how much pain I was getting from that. It's just smooth. But the road is the same.
They're in relation.
Yeah, this is what we.
Person way.
This is what we.
In relationships.
We're coming up on midnight, so now we can talk about relationships.
So in relationships, there's so much history that we have created stories for ourselves about the other person we're having a relationship.
Right. History, stories, right. All that. These are the sankharas. Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
that story in my head is not the truth as it is about the person, about the relationship, about me, about how we're getting along. It's not the truth as it is because I have made up a story.
In the way, it's the truth as it is. It's like that. That's the story you've made up. That's the story you're holding. That's the conditioning. That's the patterning. All the things that we see and know of body, of feelings, of mind, they're all sankharas. They're all just conditioned. They're all patterns. The only thing that's not conditioned is the unconditioned. And we can see that conditioning, if we look very carefully, how it's all in a way, still a level of stress is there. Only completely free of the stress with the unconditioned. But your point about it not being true is also a good point. In a way, it's true. That's the story. And the effects of that story are also true. The suffering that you have because of that story, the distortion of view that you have because of holding that story, is all really like that. Yeah, all that ignorance, all that pain, all of that, it's there. And yet the part that you said about that story not being true is absolutely. Okay, so when I was in university, not long before entering monastic life, then for my research project and to do research and write a paper, this is for my pre-med, my own research project. Then my study was on people who received a mistaken terminal diagnosis. That time we weren't using computers in the medical offices. Also, I was working in a medical office as a medical assistant, and actually we started to use computers during that time, but still are paper files and then paper lab reports and all these kinds of things. So a certain number of people accidentally are given mistaken terminal diagnoses, which means it belongs to a different person, or there was some error somewhere, the lab, they mixed up at the lab or this kind of thing. A significant number of those people die. Why do they die? She says because they believe they're going to die. That's right. That's the basic premise, is they got a terminal diagnosis and that's why they died. And then sometimes they catch the mistake afterwards. Sometimes the person is already seriously ill and they can recover. But for someone else, they didn't receive their terminal diagnosis and they were going on still okay. But then the mistake was discovered and they got it, that terminal diagnosis. Almost always they'll die within the next few weeks or next couple of months. Not all, but a significant number of them, right? So I was studying about this in university. Then I started to think, oh, the mind. Oh, the power of the mind. Oh my goodness, right? Like there's something there. This really encouraged me to meditate and to start listening to talks and reading and this kind of thing. I heard the noble truths and really engaged my mind. So what do we understand from that, right? So true story or not true story. So if you know you're holding this story and all these stories, but they're not true, then.
But if I believe I'm going to be miserable without a person, I'm creating my own.
She says
If I believe I'm going to be miserable without somebody in my life, then I'm creating my own misery. Or maybe my own suffering, I'm making it worse than it really is.
Not worse than it really is, I would say, but yeah, the how we're thinking about it and what we're believing about it is absolutely a very important causal condition.
Because if I can't think about
It's
anything
creative.
else, that pain.
Just a moment, please. Waputana-san, it's nearly midnight. Please have a good night. I'm just amazed that you stayed for so long. May
Thank
you
you,
have
Aya.
much benefit in the Dhamma.
Thank you so much, Aya. I'm looking forward for your recording that you said. So I'm really looking forward to hear that.
I don't think we're going to be on until 2:30 though. I think that we should be complete by midnight. This time here in Dhammadharini, then we haven't done it except for one katina one time. Then we had the Akanda Dhammadesana during the sewing of the katina robe. Then I talked about Dhamma for 9 hours straight.
Thank you for your teaching tonight, Aya.
Oh, please make good use of it. May it be of benefit to you. Anything not beneficial, please just let go free. And anything beneficial, may you develop it and make much of it and experience the benefits of that. Thank you so much for staying for such a long Dhamma contemplation.
Thank you, Aya. Good night.
Anumodhana. So yes, this is the thing. So important to recognize. She says attachment to the suffering. Is it possible? Is there something in us that can actually like feed on or take nutriment from suffering? She says yes.
I've lived it. I think pain and suffering can be so familiar that the fear of the unknown can create irrational behavior, causing one to just hold on to that pain and suffering because there's the fear that once I let that go, maybe what's coming will be worse.
Absolutely. Yes, this is one reason why I also wanted to really give time in the meditation this evening to the causes of suffering, to the dukkha samudaya part. I feel like this part, the teachings that are there are the ones that can often be most scary, and we can feel the most amount of resistance in ourselves. So here's something I thought, okay, that lion's roar, that bravery that I may have brought up in past, just causing myself pain and suffering. Why don't I bring it up now for something that's worthwhile rather than foolish? Now I'm talking about teenagerhood, and my goodness, we used to do shall I tell you all the foolish things we used to do? Oh, then we can get to midnight very, very quickly. Here's one of them. So then, well, in the night, we'll go up to the edge of the cliff, and then there's the place down below with the water, like far down below, and then there are the rocks, pointy rocks down below, and then we teenagers then dare to jump, like at midnight, dare to jump off, and if God is with you, someone might say, you'll come down in the part where there's the water and not on the part where there are the pointy rocks coming up, right? It's crazy, right?
It is crazy.
But also it's like why we wanted to do that and even dare one another. It's like to get over our fear, to get over our inhibitions, even our fear of death. We were challenging one another in that kind of way. And of course, part of it is the teenage brain is not like completely, we were not old enough to really be able to comprehend the effects of our actions. Actually, I understand it now from later on. Then I was studying, what's now called neuropsychology or neurobiology and used to be called and brain science and these kind of things. But anyway, they say the teenager's brain is not fully developed in terms of understanding causation, what the effects. So he's not really able to completely understand what the effects of one's actions will be. And why won't I do that kind of thing right now, even though I still have that kind of like want to roar like a lion kind of mind or heart like that, but let me apply it well to what is wise with regards to the conditional causation. These things that the Buddha is saying, come and see and know for yourself, look into, practice the Anupassana, Dhammanupassana with regards to these things. Not to just take some belief system, but to look into, to see and know for yourself with all the skills that you've developed in your practice of mindfulness and vipassana. Means in the 4 Satipatthanas, what we've developed up till this point, to apply these skills and training in this way, being asked, invited to do that. Okay, so let me bring up that fearlessness here. I see a number of teachers, even I've spoken with a number of teachers about this, especially in the Western context, how they will avoid talking about these things because of fear that it will be off-putting, because they know people are so attached to their desires, attached to their sense pleasures, don't want to hear particular things. Meditate, yes. Wisdom, yes. All good, that's nice. But talk about touching on my sense pleasures. That's a deal breaker right there, right? Not going to watch this particular one anymore. So anyway, I try to approach it in terms of really, I feel like to have an open mind and to just look into and see what's going on there. That invitation to see and know for ourselves, and as much as possible, not to necessarily have a preconceived idea about it, but these skills that we're developing, these tools that we have developing, that we've been given, that we've inherited and received and be passed on, and to apply them in this way. Yes, do see, and we'll just see for ourselves what it's like. Anyway, as a teenager also, we said, we'll see what happens. I'll be dead or I'll be alive after I jump off. Good night to Ananea. I can barely see the screen there. And I think actually for wrapping up at 12, as I said that, and I want to be true about what I'm saying, then I think it may be a good time to be coming towards wrapping up. Does anyone feel like they have a last particular insight, question, doubt about something? Oh, I heard there was one more question, but I may have already answered it, so I won't ask it. But I want to really to say Anumodhana, Punya Anumodhana. And I so much appreciate everyone for your dedication and faith and effort and keen minds and hearts and love for the Dhamma to join for our new moon with a focus on the Dhammanupassana in the 4 Satipatthanas this evening. Now I'm going to look down at what I had here that was supposed to remind me, tell me what I'm supposed to say and tell you at the very end here. Then I have other things, but not for tonight. I mean, not for us here. It's just, I love the Dhamma, that's all. So at the end, announce final concluding program on the full moon Uposatha, April 5th. which will be especially for sharing our experiences and broadly sharing of merits. It will be the end of our 2023 winter retreat on the Ekāyano, where the whole path comes together, returning home to the Satipatthanas, but unto Nibbana, practicing Satipatthana, Parinibbana, closing blessings and dedication. Okay, I'd like to invite everyone now to think about this for tonight. So I want to, as I hear the sound of the strong rain on the windows and roof, I want to remember everyone here in California who's been suffering from the winter storms that we've been having. From the floods, high winds, downed trees, mudslides, levee breaches, heavy snowfall, collapsed roofs, and so many more things. And all of the many myriad kinds of so many kinds of suffering. I want to think about the blessings of the Dhamma, of this path of practice, of the blessings we've received to be able to have this opportunity right now and to be applying ourselves. The Buddha mentioned even one moment of really turning our mind to the Satipatthanas is of practically incalculable merit and benefit. For all of the moments, for all of us, I want to think about also dedicating them deeply to our own roots of merit and their growth, their furtherance, and their maturation in the path. That our merits, our efforts may be applied well, happily, skillfully, and effectively. And I want to think about sharing those merits with all of our Kalyana Mittas, with our preceptors, our teachers, our parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, back 7 generations, those who have given us life, all of our Dhamma friends, all of our benefactors and supporters who have all offered us all the bases of support for this time of practice and Dhamma contemplation together. May they share in the merits of the Dhammadhana and in whatever was well practiced in the Buddha's teaching. I also want to think, as we were talking about the sankharas, the pit of coals, that these merits may be applied for the quenching, the easing and putting out of the burning, for the straightening, smoothing of all distortions, for the removal of all the barbs and arrows, for the healing of the wounds, and for our reconciliation, that we may just have clear, clean memory, unvolatile, without vitriol, bad fuel that can be triggered and sparked. May we do our work cleanly and healthily, in the wholesome and well, rightly, as the Buddha taught in this path of practice, that we may experience the blessings and the benefits of this, the untying of the knots, the healing of all wounds, bringing everything to peace and to reconciliation and clarity in our own hearts and minds on the solid basis, in the solid ground of the Dhamma and the path, yatha bhutang, jnanatah sanang, seeing things and knowing them as they truly are, as a safe, secure, and most excellent refuge for all beings. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Anumodami.
Shout to everybody online as well as everybody in the room. Let's take this opportunity to pay respects to our teacher.
Sukho Buddhanang Uposatha Sukha Satammadesana Sukho Sankhasa Samagi Samaganang Tapo Sukho. Would you like to join me in that together? Happy is the arising of the Buddha. Happy is the teaching of the true Dhamma. Happy is the Sangha in harmony. The harmonious one's striving is happy. Tadyata, may it be so. Ewa. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Anumodhana. Very glad to have this time of practice and contemplation of Dhamma together with everyone. The future is uncertain. May we apply ourselves now. If the conditions are there for it, I'll see you again in 2 weeks on the next full moon. Uposatha. We don't know. We don't know. We just do. Now is the time for the path.